All right, I'm gonna. I didn't even grab my headphones on yet, so I haven't even Oh, you're sideways there, Dr. Allen, but we've done this
Okay,
before, haven't
of
we?
course I am.
There you go. That's awesome. He's going to come back. Dr. Allen and I have been doing quite a few shows lately. If you guys aren't familiar with the Cannabis Journal Club, you can check that out on my channel. And we have had hilarious troubleshooting where Dr. Allen comes in almost every time sideways, and then we sort of figure out how to make it work after that. So there he is. There he is. Welcome, Dr. Allen.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is the first time in 11 years that I've ever gone live early, if you can imagine. I'm 15 to 13 minutes early on the show, but you're the first person to show up, so I appreciate you, brother. Got a
Oh,
little
well, thank you.
something right here. A little something, something. Give yourself a little wipe on your lip there. There you go. Perfect.
Oh,
You're looking good today, my brother. How are things down in Mississippi?
I'm doing fine. The weather's better now. The snow's all melted.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, that's that just sounds wild. The snow's all melted in Mississippi.
Yeah, we got 6 inches at least, and I think they got 8 inches in New Orleans.
Wow. Yeah, that's not an everyday occurrence.
It's a rarity.
Everyone in the chat is saying hello to you, Dr. Allen. They're also saying Ja Ova Evil, live
Oh,
it.
nice. Ja
Yeah.
over evil. Live it.
That's
That's our
right.
motto.
That is our motto. Well, it's good to have you here on Hash Church. We should have a decent group of people coming in probably
Yeah.
in the next 10 minutes. That's usually when folks come in.
When you say that salutation to people, it elevates your consciousness and elevates their consciousness.
Hmm, I like that. I do like that. I don't think you're wrong either. Like I said, when I first met that group of people in Jamaica, I could feel that they had something very special. It was this new reggae revival. It was these young reggae artists that were gonna bring back the roots to reggae instead of going down this sort of more, I don't know how I would describe dance hall, but it's much more energetic. It's much more, in Jamaica, it's almost kind of like the gangsters love dance hall a little bit more. The roots are those sort of Rastafarian, Ital people who are out in the bush and growing herb and living just an amazing life. And so it was nice to see that Ja over evil, the revival in Jamaica. I was
Nice.
there for a lot of it. It was around 2014, between 2012 and 2014 it started, and I got to meet Chronix and John Nine and
Man.
Kabaka Pyramid and just a ton of incredible artists that were all kind of coming up today. So that was pretty cool. Oh, we got 84
Special
people watching
experience,
us
no
live.
question.
Yeah, exactly. A super unique experience. Maybe one day you and I will go to Jamaica together, Dr. Allen, and have a little cannabis journal club down on Ponda
Yeah,
Island. That'd be
that would
awesome.
be nice.
Yeah. So I had a busy day yesterday. I was up on Whistler Mountain most of the day, Blackcomb Mountain actually. So a lot of snowboarding and ripping down the mountain. It was very fast and hard and cold, but then I ended up taking my son to a pool in Whistler, which I probably shouldn't have done because he was with his friend for several hours doing that. And then I realized I have less than 2 hours to get to downtown Vancouver because I was taking my son to a Vancouver Canucks hockey game. So that was like down to the wire. We ended up missing about 10 minutes of the first period, but our team actually won, so that was fun. And we were playing the Washington Capitals, which for those of you that know hockey right now are the number one team in the NHL. Ovechkin, who's one of their star players, is about 20 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time scoring record, which obviously has held for over 25 years because Wayne hasn't played hockey since 99. So there's a little Canadian hockey trivia for the Hash Church group this morning. People are probably like, what the hell is Bubble Man talking about today? Well, I'm talking about hockey. My goodness. So, Is David coming on live from California? Well, Greg, I'm not sure. I did talk to Wade this morning. He said he's feeling very rough. He's having a bit of a rough morning. Um, and so, yeah, hopefully they're both feeling good enough to come in. Obviously, we love to have the elders come in and share information. I'm stoked to have Dr. Allen today. We're going to talk about some pretty interesting stuff. Not to give anything away from our Cannabis Journal Club show, but there's some interesting conversations. Now, this is a show that was suggested by Caitlyn, our good friend Caitlyn from High Fidelity Solventless. And so she'll probably be coming in here in a bit. I could send her the early link as well, I guess. Make sure that she knows we're in here today. I honestly have not started Hash Church early. I don't think ever. Maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes. It was so wild today, Dr. Allen. All I did was I put in my name, but I didn't put in my password. And for some reason, it just automatically did it all for me. And then I looked on my YouTube screen and I was like, holy shit, I think I'm live right now. It was actually
Wow.
you know what? I'll tell you, I like that better than when I try to go live and it gives me a warning. And it's like I have 1 minute to get everything going and it says, you do not have permission to go live. That happens about every second to third hash church that I do. And then I have a mild stroke and a
Yeah.
cardiac infraction or a myocardial infraction. Is that what you call that?
Infarction. Yeah. Lucky you
Infarction.
were fully clothed.
Yeah, well, I try not to sit in front of my computer completely naked because that would just be, even if I did, I would just, you'd only really see this. It's not like you're ever like gonna see me like, hey, everybody, how's it go? But that would be funny.
I noticed somebody said something about you popping up on the screen the other day. Like you came from below and then popped up.
Oh, really? Did someone say
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually it's probably a minor anxiety attack.
Yeah.
Correct, PK Brewer. You know what? I do have anxiety trying to make the show like appear on time and just be working and work good. And I want everything. I always want the show, to go off without a hitch and to be special and to offer gems and to
Not
just
waste
be
people's time. We don't want to waste people's time.
exactly. We don't want to waste people's time. Here comes Caitlin, so that's awesome. Ah. Welcome, Caitlin. Damn, you definitely don't look like you just rolled out of bed like I do.
I feel like I did.
You don't. You look good. You look like your hair's combed and you almost have the white lab coat on like Dr. Allen. I'm actually quite liking the cardigan, the
Well,
sweater.
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Have you met Dr. Allen before, Caitlin?
We've met through your platform, but not personally. So nice to meet you, Dr. Allen.
Good
Lovely.
morning. Nice to meet you, Caitlin.
Yeah, Caitlin is a wonderful hash maker in the Kootenays, and so she kind of suggested last a week or two ago that we try to do a mental health episode. We'll see how this falls together. I did invite quite a bit of wonderful people. I had a few people cancel, which was unfortunate, but I didn't have everyone say they were coming for sure. So we'll see kind of what happens today. Either way, we're going to have a great conversation. And a big part of that conversation will be um, mental health. There's so many different aspects of it, in fact. I was going to invite my friend Mango May in today, whose daughter was terminally ill, who she managed to help with cannabis.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so her daughter's, like older now. She's been, I believe, in remission for quite some time, but I kind of wanted to have May come in and just talk about, what that was like, her own mental health. I can only imagine, and I've met so many of these mothers who have gone through this with their children, and it's, one thing to have a child who has a terminal illness or an illness that could be terminal. Obviously you're just going to put your entire soul into doing and facilitating whatever you have to do for that child. there's also the mental health aspect of that parent and what they're going through and where do they lean on and how do they maintain composure and not having breakdowns. Many parents have told me, all I just didn't want to have breakdowns in front of my child. So it was just this incredible, like to me, that is true valor. That is the true like valor, a parent like protecting and like you're just being crushed and riddled on the inside, but you can't let it out. You have to kind of hold strong so that what you're offering to your child in the first place isn't going to be maybe diluted, or the integrity of it isn't going to be affected by you having massive mental breakdowns right in front of that child. So it's pretty scary stuff. So hopefully May will be able to come in a little bit later on. We'll have conversations with her. And considering that it's about 3 minutes away from us going live, I suspect did you hear, Caitlyn, that I made a mistake this morning and I just went live like 15 minutes earlier than I've ever gone live?
I got a notification that said the video has started about 15 minutes ago, and I thought something must be going on here. That's why I jumped on a few minutes early too.
Yeah, I came in, I went to set it all up. You usually have to go into Zoom and click go live, and I don't even think I don't think I even punched in my username. I guess I will say I took a pretty big edible last night and I am feeling a little bit edible rocked. A little bit rocked. There's something going on with my amygdala, Dr. Allen. I'm not sure what it is, but maybe you can
Yeah.
explain it from a scientific perspective later.
All right, great.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of folks in the chat room chatting it out. They've been here for a long time. There's actually, for 8:58 in the morning, we have 139 people watching live right now. Spartn Grown is in the house. Oh, there we go. Maybe he'd be a nice guy to invite in as well. He just told us that he appreciates the conversation. Russ is someone that I work with at Grandmaster LEDs. And he's just an all-around awesome dude. I've got to spend some time with him in a few different countries. And yeah, he might have some good information to share on the mental health aspects as well. What about yourself, Caitlyn? I mean, have you been using cannabis as a helper for mental health throughout your life, or are you more someone that has seen it play that part with friends and family?
I have a lot of personal experience with cannabis and mental health, which is why this is an important topic to me. Because, yeah, for myself, cannabis helped me discover myself and understand how I fit in the world and how I relate to people, and it helped me moderate my anxiety up and down. And it's been a very huge tool for my mental health and my general well being. And for me, that's important to share with people and have people understand both sides of cannabis.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? When I first met you, you were like the most stoked, hyped, jacked person I had met in a long time. You were so innocently excited that I like this girl. This girl is cool. She's like, you just had all these big jars. You're like, oh my God, it's such an honor. I just want to, here, you got to check this one out. Did you smoke this one? And I was like, oh my God, I hadn't met anyone like that in a while. I'm very much the same way. I'm super hyped and excited and animated. And I just get, this sort of contagious excitement about, different things when it comes to cannabis, particularly in regards to sharing. And what I noticed from you was that you had the fire. And what everyone is always the most excited about, like sharing is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful, beautiful thing when it comes to cannabis. But when you have something that most people don't have, even in a room full of people that a lot of people had nice resin, that was some of the nicest resin that I
Thank
smoked at that event. What was it? The Heady Happenings? Is that where
you.
we met?
One in Squamish.
We met at the Heady Happenings. And then from there, we just took it forward. Like, how many hilarious moments did we have just like scootering around random cities and like meeting up at different cannabis events and, of course, enjoying. What's that?
It's been great having you as a friend.
Absolutely. No, you guys as well. I'll always and forever be connected to the Kootenays through the Holy Smokes guys, through Paul DeFelice and through, uh, Terry and Alan and Dustin Sunflower and all the sort of OG guys
Tie you.
that. that turned me on to the Kootenays. In the early 90s, I went there. I was very lucky. They were kind of hardcore dudes at the time doing Kootenay stuff. And so we got to go there and mix soil. Winnipeg guys like mixing soil on tarps with amendments and taking it out to the side of the mountain and digging holes and filling those holes up with plants and the earth that we had mixed ourselves. So for me, really, before I grew a plant indoors, I got this sort of incredible induction into the Kootenai outdoor growing world of just, I didn't know any of that stuff. I didn't know how you prepared. I didn't even the ability to move through the Kootenays with earth and shovels, and it was all sort of sketchy and tricky, and you could get in trouble just moving gardening supplies. So I'm very blessed to have had that experience in the early 90s, thanks to the Holy Smokers. And of course, I've mentioned this on Hash Church before, but shout out to the A1 Magenta, which was just this
Can I stop for
unbelievable.
just a second?
Please.
Are you saying gardening supplies were considered paraphernalia?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you got pulled over at a roadblock in the Kootenays in the 90s, and it might have even gone well into the 2000s, with gardening, like if you were like, first of all, if you were potentiating your stereotype and looked like almost anyone in the Kootenays in the 90s, so you could have had some dreadlocks, you might have had a big long ponytail, there might have been a whole sort of slew of things you were doing. You might have been in a bright orange Volkswagen van cranking the Grateful Dead, and then you get to the roadblock and the cop flashes his flashlight in the back, and you've just got pots and dirt and shovels and like all of the stuff, it absolutely would have caused you problems. 100%.
Charge you with paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know how many people got charged with paraphernalia, but you definitely ended up on a list with your plate, and now they're watching a little bit more. And back then, Dr. Allen, the DEA was funding our police. They were funding our federal police. They were lending us helicopters to do flyovers. They were putting gas in helicopters that we already had. There was an enormous amount of paperwork that went from the US into Canada to fight the war on drugs. And mainly that was because we were just sending metric tons of cannabis on the daily
Yeah.
down to the US. And so yeah,
I was
it was something
busted with
else.
an empty bag of fertilizer and a High Times magazine in my trash can. They did a trash pull.
Oh my God. That is unbelievable. I hate to think that you had to do 14 months in a federal prison or in a holding cell or whatever kind of county lockup you were in, just awaiting trial.
It
That is
happens
some
to a lot of people.
It does. It does. And I hate that it happens to anyone, but I just hate a little extra that it happened to you, if I
Well,
may, Dr. Allen.
thank you.
Just a little bit. I mean, no one deserves to
Yeah.
be locked up for the love of the plant, but in particular,
Yeah.
like you didn't even get caught with any plant, did you?
I was in California. I wasn't even in the States. I'm definitely a drug war veteran.
You are a drug war veteran. Hey, I want to welcome Etienne to the room, and I want to welcome Mandy Drew to the room as well. How you doing today, Mandy? Oh, you're muted here. I can show you how. If I push this ask to mute button.
Are we good now?
We are good. How are you doing?
Good. How about you?
Just working away here, rocking a nice hash church day. I went early, like 15 minutes early today. I somehow accidentally turned it on at 8:44 and was kind of like, I'm all edibled out. I ate a pretty big edible last night for me. I'm not gonna lie, you can see it in my eyes a little bit. I was kind of like, woke up this morning, I was like, damn, I gotta go do hash church. And then suddenly I was signed in. I'm gonna keep it and not edit it because I want to watch when I turned on hash church because I think I probably looked like this. I think I'm live. So
No,
welcome. You're with us for the first time ever. I talked a little bit about your story here, but maybe you want to. I'll say hi to Fletch real quick as well. What's up, homie? Are you still in? You're not in Hawaii anymore. That's the Pacific Northwest behind you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I thought so. Snowboard in Hawaii. I guess it happens. But yeah, I'd love to we're doing the mental health episode. I kind of spoke a little bit about your story, but we'd love to hear it directly from your mouth, if you kind of want to give us a little background of you know, the experience you've gone through with Cheyenne, with your daughter, and yeah, just sort of the aspects of cannabis that maybe fit into, well, both of your mental health.
Yeah. Well, I started smoking when I was 12, so I was pretty seasoned by the time Cheyenne had already gotten sick. And I've always been a stoner, but I realize now that the more stress came on to me, the more I I didn't fall. You know, some people fall for alcohol or much harder drugs. I just
Hmm.
stuck with my weed. I've never really been a drinker, but I found every time I did that, it would lighten the load on my shoulders. So when Cheyenne was in the hospital living, we stayed in Edmonton for like 6 months. So after that, I'd sneak out and have a little puff. And back then, it was always just either joints or bongs. So you always came in reeking like perfume and
Weed.
cannabis.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
But yeah, every time I go use it, it lightened the load a little bit. And now that she's older, it really lightens the load a little bit because I don't have to worry about anybody being like, oh, she just went out and got stoned. Yeah, I did. But I also
Yeah,
don't take like 10 different prescriptions to calm my nerves down.
right. Can you tell us a little of the of Cheyenne's story?
Yeah, she was diagnosed at 18 months old with neuroblastoma cancer. And she had the lump since she was born, but I just always thought it was her hip bone. But then it got bigger and bigger. And I'm like, wait, this isn't your hip bone. And I took her into the ER and they did an ultrasound and the technician put down his Doppler and he's like, I gotta go make a phone call, I'll be right back. And he just left us there. He came back, he says, you need to go see your doctor right away. And he wouldn't tell us and wouldn't tell us. So I called the doctor and she's like, you Cheyenne has a mass. Back then I didn't even know. I was like, oh, a mass, okay. But no, it turned out to be cancer. And then we were in the hospital. She had 6 rounds of chemotherapy and surgeries. And they came back and said she was chemo resistant to take her home and love her and wait for the end. And then we started her on
Jesus Christ.
cannabis,
What
right?
is what's the what I mean, I can only imagine, but what is that like when you have a medical professional tell you that?
It is horrible. And the medical professionals never liked me anyways because I always kind of balked against the system. I seen what they were doing to my child and it's not right. And I had
Right.
no like legal lead ray. I had to let them do what they wanted to do, or they would have taken Cheyenne. So I always asked, can I legally decline this? Can I legally do this? Because now
Incredible.
I see kids get taken away. Not often, but it does happen. You got to
Yeah.
really be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just what
So
you want to
here,
be doing while someone's telling you that your child is potentially terminally ill and to go home and make her comfortable to die. What an absolute mind fuck that must have been. Like, wow. And then also to fight that energy of, something you said earlier, and I've always felt this about alcohol and a lot of the drugs that are out there, and it's why I've always been a bit sensitive to people comparing cannabis to it, that it's just this. It's almost like this demonic path that you can take. It's like, well, come on, Mandy, like your daughter's sick. You deserve to take some alcohol or maybe some other. Like it's just crazy how easy it is, that temptation. It's not even a temptation. It's almost like you're pushed into it. So my hat's off to you for
100%.
staying so strong as a mother, standing by Cheyenne and not falling into the alcohol trap or the hard drug trap that is just so easy to fall. I have 3 children. I don't know, man. Women are built differently. Holy smokes, you guys are
Yeah,
strong.
I'm not a fan of alcohol. I know everyone's like, you don't drink. I'm like, you do drink? You realize what that's doing to you? Here, take a puff. You'll be okay. You might get hungry.
Yeah, I guarantee you alcohol would not have gotten you through what you went through with
Right.
Cheyenne.
No.
I
That's
mean, that's
called
just
hanging
incredible.
a crepe. I've done it many times. You go in and hang black crepe paper and say, well, there's nothing we can do. You have to take your child home.
Yeah. So if you don't know, Mandy, Dr. Allen and I have a show called Cannabis Journal Club, and Dr. Allen is a retired heart surgeon, and he's one of us. He was from that side, and he saw some things going on that he didn't like, and he started sort of promoting the activism of cannabis while while living in Mississippi. And so he put his money where his mouth is, and he ended up in prison, and he fought the system, and he's just a very special member of our community. So I guess I'm introducing you to Dr. Allen right now.
Nice, good. Congratulations. Thank you.
I fought the
Yeah.
law and the law won.
Oh my God, dude.
Not
Oh,
over yet,
Jesus
man. It's not over
Christ.
yet.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, hey, listen, I want to welcome as well Colin Palmer, who has been mentally health wise through the ringer for the last, I want to say, month plus. It's been unbelievable, Colin. Like, oh my goodness, dude. I feel bad because, the majority of the time we spend together is on Hash Church, and you've been off dealing with, all sorts of issues and families and pets and everything
Yeah.
that could possibly imagine. So we're
Yeah.
happy to have you here, dude. It's nice to hear your voice, and I hope you're doing okay.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I saw the topic today and I was like, well, that's me right now. And just to share with the listeners out there, I fought a long battle, 15 years with my father that had went through first stage of Parkinson's all the way to late stage Parkinson's. And it was a journey to say the least. I remember when I first got our licensing in Massachusetts, I had what I felt and referred to as the God complex, where I thought we were going to take the world over. And, I had all my friends with me and we had all this support. And, we learned very quickly I learned very quickly within 18 months that you need to get yourself together. And there's a big, long journey here that's a mental triathlon, so to speak, that is you got to get your ego out of the way. You got to get yourself centered and you got to get your friends together to support one another. Because the journey of doing all this is a long one and a very confusing one. And when you have family illness in the mix, like I did, and I have two children, and I have a lot of things that happen over that from that 2017 till now, and it's snowballed, and in the last 2 months, I think it really highlighted a couple things for me in my own life that I'd been thinking about, but wasn't really addressing. And I think that what that is really being centered and leaning into help around you and knowing that you do have a support system around you of people that are not only like-minded, but have gone through similar things. And you just gotta lean into that fear a little bit and allow yourself to succumb to it. And I think you're gonna be. I know I'm starting to realize how much better I am for that in my own mental health and just the way that I operate day to day. It's a journey, and I just want to say that out loud to everybody. Is the top of every mountain is the valley of the next, and
Yeah.
you can't always believe that mountaintop is going to be the overarching pier. It's really not. And I think that what I've also learned is that the valley is looking at the next mountain tops and saying, how am I going to belay that? And what are my friends going to do around me? And how are we going to come together as a stronger unit and share in the learnings that we've had, not only in the industry, but personally, going through these challenges. I've been an artist. I've been very fortunate to do very well in that realm, but it was nonstop belaying up the mountain. And I'm finding myself going back to the mentality of it's a never ending quest for that truth that you're looking for, if that's even, if we're using mountains as the analogy here. But I think it's important to highlight here that this journey, seeing my father go through Parkinson's, believing that this plant was going to aid in every step of the way, learning that there's a limit to that love at certain stages of illness, and realizing that my life's been about this plant and this work, but it's about so much more. you know, and I think that's one thing that we all need to kind of come together on, is that there's going to be tough times, there's going to be good times, but you got to support each other through all of those times. So those of you who are struggling out there, I just want you to know that, someone coming from myself, you're not alone, as I said before, and try to lean into each other, because that's something we don't do. We're not taught to do. And I just
Especially
encourage y'all to
guys.
do.
Asking for
Yeah,
help from the perspective of a guy is it's quite something, it's definitely not always received the same way when a woman does it. It's hard sometimes, at least for guys from my generation. Maybe the newer generations are a little bit more at ease with it, but for my generation, it's suck it up, buttercup. Pull up your big boy pants. You'll be okay. This kind of mentality that's really like it kind of creates that lack of pressure valve in mental health in guys where you're just so I really like what you said, Collin. Lean into it, ask for help, don't be afraid to be vulnerable because well, first of all, we're all batshit crazy. Like, just for starters, we are all absolutely mentally ill, everyone on this planet. It's all about finding the tribe of people who share your mental illness, and
Yeah,
once you can kind of what's that, Dr. Allen?
no exceptions.
No exceptions, no exceptions. So that kind of makes everyone feel good because obviously, when you have like deeper mental health problems right away, you're like, "Oh no, I'm the crazy person." It's like, "No, don't worry, we're all crazy." What do you think the Grateful Dead was all about? As I saw Dr. Mark Scialdone in, that was a perfect example of shared mental illness. We all just love one another. We just share, we love this music, we love getting together with we all, that was our tribe. That was the group of people that we fit together, and you can find your tribe out there and just realize that lean into help, and there's a lot of good people out there. And I would definitely like to also welcome Spartn. Spartan's in the room with his girlfriend, and I don't actually know your name, so welcome. It's nice to see you on Hash Church.
Yeah,
Hi.
Marcus, sorry to surprise you, but as a caregiver that I've been in the past in the state of Michigan and everything, I've seen a lot left and right. But I think, like I said in the chat when I saw that you were doing the show, I was like, man, this is such a good topic because it's so important to every medical condition, the psychiatric part of it. Like I always said when I was a caregiver, going into it, I would like to sit down with them, the patient first, and I always had the attitude, no matter what it was. I always had the attitude, this is going to help you. It might not 100% solve whatever issue you have right there, but we're going to find side effects that we're going to take care of. We're going to improve your life one way or another. And I think if you really, just have a positive attitude, it's just infectious. And I think that's what kind of drives the whole placebo effect. And why we have placebo effect tests is because when you believe something's going to work, whether science can explain it or not, it will.
Yeah.
So I think that's the power of your mind. I think that's why placebo works. But I wanted to introduce my girlfriend Emily because I think she's a little scared to get on here. So just be patient with her. But
We're
but
so
she got
happy
some.
Emily came on today. Trust me, there's love from the whole Hash Church community right now for you, Emily. And anything you want to share, you're welcome to share. And anything you don't want to share, you can just hang out with us and chill and enjoy the day. So I'm glad you brought your girlfriend on, Spartn.
Thank you, man. And why I think her story is so important is because there's a classic. I think I've even seen some white papers that are trying to link cannabis use to schizophrenia. And Emily suffers from schizophrenia. And honestly, I think this link that they keep saying in these white papers is more of people with schizophrenia are self-medicating. So there's a higher population of people with schizophrenia going towards cannabis to
Yeah, we're
medicate.
definitely going to talk about that.
All right. Well, Emily can tell you like how she lives it and how cannabis helps her because she's not even on any of those medications anymore.
Well, I
Well,
twisted
listen,
my ankle the other day and I went to my doctor and I was in quite a bit of pain. So I asked my doctor, "Can you give me some pills?" And he didn't want to at first, but he eventually gave me some pills and I've been taking them and I am high as a kite right now. And if you get a chance, you should try these. They're called placebo.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was like, what the hell is Dr. David Allen is having a mental breakdown on Hash Church right now. No, you know what? Listen, the conversation of cannabis as an alternative to SSRIs is such an important conversation to me. Um, for people that can make it work. I had a roommate years and years and years ago, and I'm not sure if it was schizophrenia that he suffered with, but he had some pretty serious things in regards to his mental health. And we were young. We knew very little about what we knew today. We didn't know about, lower dose edibles. We were just like smoking insane amounts of cannabis. And I
Right.
can say he was probably the first person that I ever really experienced that maybe he should like not be like using cannabis the way he was using cannabis. It was super
Right.
intense and just it was the only time I'd ever seen it. And I'm, as much of a as an activism and a promoter of cannabis that I am, and that it can be helpful for so many people, I don't ignore the fact that there has to be the odd person that it's not going to be the be all end for. So I've always tried to, maintain that aspect of the conversation as well.
Hey, Marcus,
Yes. Welcome, Dr. Mark.
you used a term, SSRI, and hey, Dr. David, we can't pass up this learning moment, right? So
Absolutely.
let's talk about SSRIs for a second.
Sure.
So well, go ahead, Dr. David. You know more about them than I do. What is an
Well,
SSRI?
it's a serotonin reuptake inhibitor. And, it's just like everything else in medicine. Everybody has the human condition, and then they try to give the human condition a name. And in this case, they gave it schizophrenia. And then they try to invent a bunch of chemicals, and they give them fancy names. They try to make the name real benign, like Shirley Temple or something. So they call this chemical Ozempic or some other crazy name that will make you accept. Oh, well, give me some Ozempic. That'll work.
Prozac.
Give me some Prozac. That'll help. And in some cases it may. In some cases it may have the placebo effect. And here's the bottom line on schizophrenia. Okay, so a lot of people have schizophrenia, and it causes consternation in the patient, and they're looking for mental relief. And they'll try anything. They'll try alcohol, they'll try SSRIs, they'll try cannabis, and some of these things will give them some relief. And cannabis is known to give anxiety relief for anybody that uses it. So, do schizophrenics use cannabis more frequently than people that don't have schizophrenia? I don't think that study's been done, but it's possible. And here's what the bottom line is on schizophrenia. And so people will ask you, oh, we don't want to smoke pot because it causes schizophrenia. And is that proven true? No, it's not. And the incidence of schizophrenia worldwide in every race is exactly the same all over the world and has not changed one bit at all in 100 years since they've been studying it.
Wow.
But cannabis use has dramatically increased since the late 50s. So if there was a correlation, a direct correlation, you smoke cannabis, you're going to be schizophrenic, then obviously there should be a big spike in schizophrenia today, and that hasn't been the case. So they're going to have to do a lot more investigations before they can prove a direct link between smoking pot and schizophrenia.
Where did that
Awesome.
even come first? Like, do you guys even remember where the first time you heard that correlation? Because I feel like it was like just on like a TV show or something that someone was like, "Oh yeah, it can cause schizophrenia," and then all of a sudden it
Well,
was spread like wildfire.
It's another drug war lie.
exactly. I
Right.
think it's all fueled by a government that, that's going war on drugs. So they're funding these studies and they're trying to push a certain agenda with them.
But
Right.
just back
But one
back
last
back again. back again to the SSRI. So SSRI is you're inhibiting serotonin reuptake in the synapses. And so when you do that, I mean, I'm sure you'll agree, David, there's so many different pathways in the brain that's going to affect, that there's got to be, kind of like a peripheral deadening, because it's used basically in antidepressant um, uh, therapy, right? It's used to basically take people who are depressed and make them less depressed. But when you inhibit, so you're inhibiting serotonin, right? And serotonin is one of those naturally occurring neurotransmitters that's in our body, that's tied to so many things, even just beyond emotional stuff like limbic system and
Yeah.
the peripheral brain, but
Right.
so all ubiquitous throughout the central nervous system, that throwing a monkey wrench at one thing, how do they know like how it's going to affect other things? And are there like secondary and tertiary effects
Well, exactly.
of these drugs?
Well, these doctors think they're smarter than they are. They're extremely smart, but they're not God, and they don't know that pushing here causes a result there. So if you cut your arm off, it causes other results that you might not anticipate.
Right.
I actually have a question then for you guys. So I'm diagnosed with schizoaffective bipolar. So I have schizophrenia and I have bipolar. And what I've always heard is that those two medications are counterintuitive to each other. So
Well,
They
that's
one,
are.
the name that they've given you. That doesn't mean that's you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I do
So
appreciate that.
are you getting like lithium for bipolar? Are you
Yeah, so currently I'm not using any pharmaceuticals. But the last medication I was on was lithium,
right?
and then um haloperidol.
Did
The reason they give
David, how does lithium work? Do you know how lithium works?
uh I couldn't tell you, but the reason they give people those names is because when you go to see a doctor, they have to bill. And the way they bill you is they say, well, we're treating schizophrenia, and they've given you that name. The reason why they give you that name is so they can bill for your procedure, and then they write you medications that may or may not help. And none of the doctors have taken any of the medicines that they prescribe. And so the only way they know how they work is what the rep tells them, and from their personal experience of when they give something to somebody and they see them the next month and the patient says, well, geez, that kind of didn't do well for me.
Mhm.
So just a little, I guess, backstory on me and how I came to cannabis, and how I'm able to, or how I am using it without, pharmaceuticals. I was originally diagnosed at age 4, with bipolar with psychotic features, because I was able to share, vocalize spirits and call them my friends and explain the conversations that I was having with them. And so, my mom had brought me in and I was diagnosed. I had a lot of other, symptoms with my behavior. And so they had diagnosed me with bipolar, and then they called it
Yeah.
with psychotic features because of the hallucinations that I was vocalizing.
Sounds to me like somebody made money on telling you that lie.
I mean, now I realize this, but
And
my
what
life has been a
medication
lot
did they put
different.
you on?
I'm sorry.
What medications were you on then?
So when I was 8 is when they started medicine. And it was things like haloperidol, Abilify, Geodon, lithium. I've been on
And
Wellbutrin.
were those taken just as like a maintenance drug, or was those taken only when you had episodes?
So it
Or
was daily, multiple times a day for some of
oh
them.
my God.
And they would unfortunately give me one, try it for a month, and say, oh, that didn't do anything. Let's try this completely different substance, and
Yeah.
change the drug completely the next time I saw my doctor. So as an adult now, when I've gone back to see psychiatrists and say, hey, I'm struggling, I do need some help, They'll ask
Yeah.
me, have you been on this? And I'll be like, yeah, but I don't know what it does.
Yeah.
And once you've been on a drug and it's documented in your chart, then any other doctor has more motivation. Well, that one didn't work. Let's try a different one. This is the pharmaceutical business plan that you've been subjected to.
Yes, so I've been went through the ringer growing up in and out of psychiatric hospitals, trying different medications, therapy, things like that. And as an adult, I was still, pursuing therapy and I was on medication, and a lot of those will just turn you into a zombie. That's the easiest way to put it. You lose all sense of yourself, basically. Like, sure, you're not trying to kill yourself, but you're also not trying to live either at that point.
All right, I have
Um,
a question.
yeah.
Has cannabis helped, made these things worse or better?
Cannabis has absolutely made things better,
Is
but
any
it can exacerbate things and make things worse.
has any medication made it better than cannabis?
Absolutely not. I'd say the closest one that I got in terms of relief would actually be between Adderall and Xanax because of being able to calm down all the bees and shit inside of my brain. And then being able to, with the Adderall, it would calm down my head and the racing and everything. And I could start to separate things, get better control on it. And then Xanax to just control the anxiety in my body and the paranoia and be able to help me get through. But those obviously aren't safe medications. That's not how they're supposed to be prescribed and used. And so when I found cannabis, I was able to get a lot of relief in a lot less detrimental ways.
Well,
Nice.
it's very interesting to me, the Adderall aspect for you. Like for my father with Parkinson's, we were also told to try things like that, and I just thought it was so bizarre, to be honest, just because the
I
way
think it has something to
it
do with the
interacts.
dopamine receptors.
100%. But I guess this is a question for Dr. Mark or the other physicians in here. When you take a drug like Adderall, how is that affecting the frontal lobes of the brain, and what correlation does that really have to the nervous system? And then the dopamine, at the end of the day, from what I understand, is being actually taken away from you, even though you're bringing more to the table. So
Well, let's
how
get lost
it's
in the
like
weeds.
protagonists, antagonists, kind of hitting
All
each
right,
other at once.
let's not get lost in the weeds and use the drug war propaganda.
Okay.
Let's call it what it is.
Okay.
It's not Adderall, is it?
Well, it's speed, right? Yeah.
Amphetamine.
Yeah,
Amphetamine.
amphetamine. Sorry. Yeah,
Don't
amphetamine.
call it Adderall. It's amphetamine.
Right. It's true. You're calling it as it is. So with that said, it seems like an oxymoron. What are your thoughts, guys? Like how is that being in the medical professional field being prescribed when we know all the things behind it, such as lack of dopamine? Like
It's
what would be the
so
mechanism?
it's so complex to unravel because if you look at the amphetamine
Right.
molecule and you look at the dopamine molecule, they're very similar. I mean, it's difficult.
Right.
The enzymes that are in place, like monoamine oxidase and other things that are sort of naturally in the central nervous system to sort of regulate these molecules, are confused when they see these other molecules that are structurally different. And in some
Right.
cases, again, they have regulatory, or impact on regulatory, like amphetamines, for example. I mean, the impact it has on your central nervous system and your circulatory system, and increasing your blood pressure. I mean, you don't have there aren't well, with cannabinoids in general, because the CB1 is primarily in the cortex, and it's not at the central stem of the brain where critical life functions are happening, which is why you can't really overdose from cannabinoids. But isn't it true, Dr. Dave? I mean, I'll let you say, because you understand it from practicing medicine, is that there's a lot of biphasic responses in the brain. And just because we know how to
Yes.
intervene in a neurochemical signal doesn't mean that its constant intervention is going to lead to a therapeutic effect that we fully understand yet. I mean, it would just be kind of like sending electrons through your hard drive and say, well, yeah, everything is just all, ones and zeros on a hard drive, but we'll just send a bunch of electricity through and everything will just be okay. I mean, you can't take something that's neurologically active and not expect, other reactions throughout other areas of the brain where that's going to not be beneficial to the patient. And that's, again, this notion that, well, what Todd used to refer to here on Hash Church as practicing medicine. They don't really know how these things are going to affect, and they don't really know. Like I just did a quick search on lithium. They still don't quite know how lithium works, but it does work on the dopamine and on, the things in our brain that reward us for doing whatever, things that we do in life. Or like if your kid comes home with a good grade and you feel good, you just get a raise on your job. Other things that could stimulate dopamine production, now you're sort of doing it artificially by taking some kind of stimulant. I just don't know, like, Dave, maybe you could provide us with some background on this. Clinically, you can't go across the board and say, well, MAO inhibitor. So MAO is that enzyme, monoamine oxidase, which basically degrades some of the neurologically active neurotransmitters in the brain. And so does inhibiting that enzyme, taking MAO inhibitors, universally cure depression? Or does that universally steer a patient away from suicidal thoughts or whatever some of the impacts are?
I'm probably the wrong person to ask that question, because as everyone knows, surgeons know nothing and do everything, and medicine doctors know everything and do nothing.
I would actually like to take this moment to thank Emily for being vulnerable and coming on Hash Church and sharing her story with us. And I would also like to thank all the women that have shown up this morning and balanced the energy of my hash-sausage church that I often have going on here every morning. So thank you for that. I want to welcome Dragonfly Earth Medicine to the room because I see their bright, smiling, lovely faces. That was crazy. I sent them the link and like half a second later they were in the room. I was like, damn, these guys are like ready to go.
Just as we were hitting the link, you sent it to us. So that was great.
That's
Good
awesome.
morning, everybody. And I really, really, this show is absolutely the dearest to my heart. I've been working with cannabis as a medicine for over 35 years now. And when we're talking about pharmaceuticals and patients being customers to the pharmaceutical world for life, and that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about pharmaceutical pills that make them customers for life, as opposed to getting them on a program that will actually balance their life. It is very, very dear to my heart. Thanks so much, Dr. David Allen, for being on today, and everybody else.
And also, our heart goes out.
The concept that we're going to talk about today, if you know, no explanation is necessary. And if you don't know, no explanation is sufficient. You can't teach people that don't know about this what they need to know, because they will reject any positive information that you give them that goes against their core beliefs. And this is because of the amygdala, and we're going to have a nice talk about the amygdala today. You can't teach people some stuff because it turns their cognitive processes off. The switch, the evil organ of the humans, it's a vestigial organ that used to have impact on human survival, but now it's just an irritant that prevents us from learning.
Does this feed into the knockout mice conversation, Dr. Allen?
Exactly.
Can you explain that that test that they did with the knockout mice?
All right. Well, first off, I have to kind of explain brain anatomy. And this is a little boring, but I'll go through it fast. So basically, the brain is made up of this cerebrium, the upper part of the brain, which does the thinking. So the cerebrum collects information during your life, and it recognizes what a cup is. You've seen it a million times. You know that if you turn it over, water's going to pour out of it. And so that's the cognitive part of the brain, and is the part of the brain that's responsible for empathy. You can't have empathy for other humans or animals if you don't have higher mental capacity. Okay. Now, the spinal column is uh, is the part of the brain that does the 5 F's: the fight, flight, freeze, forage, and fornicate. And it doesn't need cognitive thought to do any of these things. Okay. It's an immediate reaction. So if the bear shows up, immediately you either freeze or get ready to fight or run. Okay. So that's what the spinal column does. And the midbrain, part of the midbrain is called the amygdala. You have two of them, one on each side, and they're the fear organ of the brain. And they mostly use sound and smell to control them. Not so much the eyes, but some of the eyes. And what happens is the amygdala monitors what's going on in your life. And if something in the past that previously was dangerous happens, your amygdala says, wait a minute, there's danger there. Danger, Will Smith. Danger, Will Smith. And what it does is it prevents you from thinking, because if the bear's charging at you, you got to get out of the way or do something. Otherwise, you're going to get eaten. And so if you start thinking about the color of his eyes or anything else, it delays you for a second or two, and the bear gets you. So it's a self-preservation thing that used to be useful in the past, but in today's society, it's kind of aggravating. Okay. And so the amygdala is just a switch. You can think of it as a switch, on or off. And so when you talk to people, you might be able to recognize when this switch is turned on. And so when it's turned on, it's called amygdalar amygdalar hijack. Okay. And I'm getting a call, so I'm going to try to ignore that. So it causes amygdalar hijack, and it turns off your cognitive processes and allows your brainstem to get you out of trouble's way. So it's just a switch. It turns on and off. And this is why I personally think that people that use cannabis, pot smokers, don't think the same way as people that don't use cannabis, because everybody has an amygdala. Everybody, pot smokers and non-pot smokers. And some people can control their amygdalas, can quiet, well, wait a minute, maybe that is not so dangerous I'm listening to. Maybe it's something else. And some people have no control to turn off the amygdala. And I think somehow cannabis use allows you to rewire your brain around the amygdala, so the amygdala is not stimulated every time you hear something a little bit strange. And so now Dr. Bob Mellamede took this idea to a different level, and he calls people two kind of people: forward-looking people and backward-looking people. And we're going to have a nice discussion after this is over, because a lot of this is supposition. I don't have real hard evidence of what I'm saying is exactly the truth, but I have enough experience to tell me that something's right about what I'm saying. And you guys may too. And so you may have additional evidence. So amygdalar hijack is when you go home from a night drinking and you tell your wife, well, wait a minute, I don't have the money for this month's rent. And she goes immediately into amygdalar hijack. And then when you try to explain why you don't have the money, she doesn't want to hear any of that. It's useless information. You don't have the money for the rent. Anything else you tell me is craziness, and it's irritating to me. Why are you telling me this? You don't have the money for the rent. And so it actually makes, when you try to teach people this, when you try, oh, that's wrong because of XYZ. They don't want to hear that information because it's actually irritating to them, because they know for a fact that what they're thinking is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and anything else you got to say is irritating to them. So this has a major effect on learning and on your reality. This has a change on your reality, because it changes your reality because you're oblivious to new information that might say that what you're thinking is not exactly right. So the people that are in amygdalar control, whenever the amygdala is stimulated, what it does is it squeezes the adrenal glands, and it causes epinephrine or adrenaline to be shot out in your bloodstream, and that causes your heart to race, and it makes you anxiety, and you're ready for fight. And so, the policeman getting in and out of his car with his gun at his side, he has to move the gun around, and sometimes he pulls it on somebody, and every time that happens, it squeezes his adrenal glands, and after a while, it actually becomes addictive. Okay, so um, so one indication of amygdalar control is they reject information as irrelevant. It's considered gibberish. So this has a major control on learning. And so if you try to change somebody's mind of somebody that's in amygdalar hijack, it's almost impossible, and it's irritating that you're trying to tell them this information. So
So are you saying cannabis use can relax that part of the brain, or are you saying that it's actually just rerouting
has
around it?
control over the amygdala, and actually may rewire around the amygdala so that the amygdala is not triggered. And I believe mushrooms may have this effect of rewiring around the amygdala, and that's probably why mushrooms can help control depression, because it rewires around the amygdala, because the amygdala is full of things that happened in the past that are going to get you. And so I think mushrooms and cannabis allow the brain to quieten the amygdala.
Now, that's rather interesting because I've viewed cannabis like the high feeling that I get when it starts to go into that paranoia where people, might have a paranoid type of response or anxiety driven. And I like to refer to that as like a tangible anxiety because it's one that I know I'm safe with. So I know that when I'm using, I dose throughout the day, obviously, and so I'll feel that kind of nervousness and that anxiousness, but I know that I'm able to take that and work with it. Is that kind of like that rerouting aspect, like because you're working through the cannabis rather than, obviously spiraling and
I can't tell you, but I'm kind of an expert on depression because of all the things that happened to me in the past. And I know for a fact that a single low dose mushroom experience can cure depression like no other medicine I've ever taken in a matter of a month or so. And it lasts for at least 6 months or more. And nothing else I've ever taken has ever had any effect on depression. But mushrooms cured my depression for at least 9 months. And I think I'm ready for another dose. But
Dr. David, could you please go into detail about what you mean by low dose? Because that's not often iterated enough. Some people's idea of low dose and another person's idea of low dose are wildly different.
low dose mushrooms.
Yeah.
Well, what I know not to do is
think he's
don't
muted,
grind.
guys.
Do not grind 3 grams of mushrooms up and then soak them in lemon juice. It's called lemon tech, is the technical name. Don't do that. I speak from experience. So, all right,
That's
now let's
awesome.
talk about the stupid scientists and some of the stuff they come up with, and we're going to talk about what does CB1 receptors. What does CB1 receptors have effect on memory and learning? And so the scientists, they know right where on the DNA where the coding is for the CB1 receptor. And they're real smart. They know everything, right? And so they can actually take the DNA and knock out certain segments of DNA. And they were successful. They had this strain of mice, and they found out they could knock out the coding for the CB1 receptor, and they call them knockout mice. And when they raise these mice and test them for the CB1 receptor, they test perfect in every way except for they don't have CB1 receptors. And so they thought, well, we need to test this on memory, see what changes of memory to the mice without cannabinoid receptors. So you would call these mice cannabinoid deficient. And for certain, there are cannabinoid deficient humans because this cannabinoid signaling system is a bunch of different enzyme systems. There's enzymes that make your own endogenous cannabinoids, and anandamide and 2-AG. And there's enzymes that transport the cannabinoids, and there's enzymes that degrade the cannabinoids so they don't last forever. They last for a certain time while they're needed. And then the FAH enzyme, FAAH, fatty amide hydrolase, degrades the cannabinoids, whether they're your own endogenous or whether they're supplemental. So they have these mice, knockout mice, okay? So they put them in this test called the Morris water maze. And they have a camera over this big pool of water. And the camera can view anything that's in the pool. And they have markers on the side of the pool, a circle, a triangle, a star, and a square or something. And they have a little stage that they put in the pool, and the stage is just high enough to where it's barely below the surface of the water, so you can't see the pool, the stage. And they put it in a certain location. And they throw regular mice in it, and they all swim around randomly. They eventually run into the stage, and they stand up on the stage and save themselves. And they do the same thing with the knockout mice, and the same thing happens. They run around, they swim around randomly, and eventually they run into the stage and they save themselves. And they repeat the experiment for a week or two. And after a while, you throw the mice in, and they swim exactly where the stage was placed because they can see the markers and they know approximately where the stage is, and they go over, save themselves. So the regular mice remember where it used to be, and they swim over where it is. And what they do is they repeat the experiment and move it to a different location. You can't see the stage, but they just move it to a different location. And the regular mice swim to where it used to be. They test the water. Well, it's not here. What are we going to do? We got to do something different. We have to be creative and find safety somewhere else. So they swim elsewhere. They accidentally run into the stage where the new stage is. And the mice with cannabinoid receptors, they're normal mice, they find the new stage and they save themselves. But the cannabinoid deficient mice, the knockout mice, continually swim where the stage used to be, and they swim there until they end up drowning.
Oh my
And
God, that sounds like politics.
more importantly,
Oh
if you
my
pick
God, it
them
does.
up and put them on the stage in its new location, guess what they do? They jump off and swim over where the stage used to be until they die. And so the cannabinoid deficient mice can't forget our our safety was over here, and it's no longer there. What are we going to do? Well, they can't forget that's where the safety was. And so this is kind of proof of how it affects cannabinoid deficient mice. At least they do repetitive destructive behavior despite what their sensory is telling them, well, this isn't working. And what the cannabinoid deficient mice, they don't have the ability to have they they don't have inspiration to go somewhere else. It diminishes their uh, way to think themselves out of a box. So
They're not creative. They lose their creativity, it sounds like.
that's the word I was thinking about. So they lose the ability to have creative thinking. Well, it's not here. I got to do something else, and so that explains human knockout people. And so Dr. Bob Melamede, God rest his soul, he should be a saint. He thought that these were forward-looking people and backward-looking people, and the forward-looking people can accept change, and they have the ability to have they're creative. If this thing is not working, I got to create a different solution. And so the forward looking people, well, okay, I accept this. My house burnt down, I got to do something different. But non-creative people do destructive behavior. This describes the drug war. Keep arresting humans for a flower that they possess. And it doesn't make any sense, and you can't explain it in any way that it does make sense. But to these backward looking people, they're comfortable in the past. They don't like newness. They don't like other nations. They don't like anybody that's different from them. They don't like people that don't have short hair, you know. And so the backward looking people tend to go in. Bob thought they tended to go into government positions where they could control other people. And so they went into, being politicians.
Or
And
prison guards.
I don't know that that's and prison guards. And
The flips and the blips, as Dr. Rob would call them, the forward-looking people and the backwards-looking people, the flips and the blips.
right. And
Yeah.
much to my shame, my oldest son is a prison guard. And had I been in his life, he would have never been a prison guard because they have the least amount of empathy of any job on earth.
Wow.
Not that
Yeah.
not prison guards aren't needed. It's important to have prison guards because there's a lot of bad people out there.
Well, also something that's really interesting, you just used the word prison guard, and I really think about the theory of the prisoner and the prison guard, which is basically what you're talking about here with the knockout mice as well, but we could relate it more to human interaction in that when there's somebody that is saying something or say that I'm saying something that is, non-palatable for somebody else, they're going to immediately come to me and they're going to maybe make me feel bad for saying something, for trying to wake them up or for trying to create a different thought in their head. then they immediately become the prison guard. Then as soon as you are negate, or as soon as you are okay with what they're saying, and as soon as you are in their energy vibe again, then they become the prisoner. So there's like this prison guard ideology of that people want to stop what it is that you're saying or stop what it is that you're pushing forward. Then they move back into a comfort of the prisoner, which is very interesting to our society today, which I think that what you mentioned about plant medicine, about mushrooms, which I also believe LSD has a tremendous healing property to help people with depression as well.
And MDMAs.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of different plant medicines. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that.
I would also add that not just with the CB1 and CB2 receptor or its degradation or its ability to receive information, but our whole entire microbiome, in our body as it sits is a neurological system, and it's different processed foods, it's different airborne things that are in the air, aluminums in different air, it's different drugs that are given to us and pharmaceuticals that degrade all of our microbiome, which degrades our neurological system, which degrades our ability to critically think and to be creative. Without a gut or a body that's able to process really information, which is food or drinks, you're not able to function at a high ability. Obviously, I'm not functioning very well. I can't talk. So I'm trying to figure out how to talk and to have a better microbiome. Cannabis is helping me.
But it is true that Josh was saying, we have all of these receptors all throughout our body, that the brain is interactive, but also what we eat, our environment, who we're around, those receptors inside of our body are either sparked or they're not working. So there's so much that's going on inside of our body that's associated with the brain as well. And Dr. Allen, I really appreciate all that you've been talking about as far as the brain goes. So we'll move on.
It's such a heavy conversation. The concept of it is so like we're just on the surface of it, but the idea, it's so crazy the further I go in cannabis and my cannabis activism and my knowledge and my education, that it just keeps getting crazier. I thought it was the craziest when you could shrink tumors out of people's bodies and put cancers into remissions and, stop seizures and all of these different things. It just seems so miraculous. But now the idea that the people who aren't using it have something going on in their brain where they have to enforce the prohibition of it, it becomes this irritant to their very being, is an absolutely mind-bending concept that I think more people should be having that conversation. We would have sounded so crazy 25 years ago coming out with this one, but now we have so much science and so much firsthand experience, and it's hard to deny.
I would also add there's a lot of chemicals in cannabis. So if you're using cannabis with chemicals, it's not going to react with your receptors as well. And it's going to be bad for the environment. So that's both two bad things. But often cannabis is not able to function properly in the body because it's having to process chemicals that are both systemically in the plant.
Hey, terpenes are chemicals and phytocannabinoids are chemicals, man. Stop.
Well, yeah, but we're talking
enough,
about non-natural chemicals,
pathogenic
pesticides,
stuff like myclobutanol that turns into arsenic, and we all know the difference between.
Don't throw all chemicals under the bus.
Everyone understands.
Man-made chemicals, and it is absolutely true that we talk a lot about how cannabis is good for us, but we don't often talk about what good cannabis is. And I know a lot of times on the show that we do, but people are really still trying to grow the plant with this scientific ideology when it is from nature. And we already know that when we get it from nature and it's grown with the sun and it's grown with soil in its natural environment, then it has the highest capability to heal us. And so that is just the difference there.
Well, Dr. Bob Melamede was of the thought that the backward looking people went into Congress and police officers and lawyers and that kind of stuff, and that they all should be made to take a P test, and if they didn't test positive for cannabinoids, that they lost their job. But I would like to carry that a little bit further. I think that all politicians should have brain biopsies, and if they don't have enough CB1 receptors, that they get fired.
Love it.
I love the Pres Bob that Mark Scialdone is holding up. The thank you for pot smoking.
The American Cannabis Society. Look at that, eh?
Rest
Beautiful.
in peace, Bob.
Yes, indeed. Rest in peace.
wanted
You can
to
check
stress-
out. Oh, go ahead, Spartn.
I just wanted to stress one thing too that I just noticed in my caregiver days too is like we can coexist too, right? There's been great medical advances scientifically, and there's been great ancient herbal medicine that we're now bringing back, which is amazing and awesome to me. But they can coincide together too, or one can help the other. Like if somebody is going through something serious like a cancer and they are having to do like a chemo treatment or something like that, I found cannabis oil helps so much with all of the side effects of those treatments. You know what I mean? Just get them
Absolutely.
sleep for God's sakes. Is so huge, and give them an appetite afterwards is huge for healing. So,
Dude.
I mean, there are times when conventional medicine is great too. We're not trying to say it's terrible in any way, but there are other options. I'm always the one to go herbal first, and if I'm not getting enough relief, then okay, let's go to the conventional side.
Imagine Dr. Lester Grinspoon's revelation with his young son Danny, who was dying of cancer, who passed away of cancer in the end. I think he was around 10 or 11 years old. And people had been telling them, like you should try cannabis. And this was a very long time ago. And he's the head
Yeah.
of Harvard Medical. And, this is the whole story that gave him reason to write his book, Marijuana Reconsidered. And he basically allowed his son to smoke a joint out in front of the hospital before the chemo or after the chemo. I'd have to go back and listen to the story. But on the way home, and it's such a powerful story, where his son would generally be retching for the next 8 hours, throwing up from the chemo and the radiation, that his son asked him on the way home, the first time he ever smoked cannabis, if they could go get a submarine sandwich. And that was just like, that is such a difference, and that story is the foundation of Lester's book, Marijuana Reconsidered. And I would urge any of you that haven't read it, it's quite something. You have this very strong-willed man who's part of the, not only the part of, but like at the top of the medical establishment in Harvard, running the school, training the kids. And for him to break that hijacking of his amygdala, and you can imagine what would it take to break such a hijacking.
Exactly.
Well, your son retching for 8 hours from cancer versus asking for a submarine sandwich is a pretty good way. So definitely a book worth checking out. I'm sure many of the people who are watching now have an understanding of who Dr. Lester Grinspoon is, and
We had
rest
him on
in
Hash
peace to him.
Church.
Could
Sure
we
did.
could we talk briefly about marijuana hyperemesis syndrome?
I mean, I'm not against it if you'd like to go into it. I wish Dr. Ethan Russo was here, because I know Etienne just did a whole show with Dr. Ethan Russo on that, and I know you have a very different perspective on it, I know.
Well, everybody has different experiences, and I, of course, respect Ethan Russo in this science. And what I know is this: the drug war lies about everything. They say that smoking marijuana make men grow breasts and a bunch of other crazy things. This is your brain on drugs and stuff. And so when I first heard about this marijuana hyperemesis syndrome, I thought to myself, well, wait a minute. Is this science or is this drug war stuff? And what I knew from my personal experience was, one of the first times I smoked pot, I tried it and didn't get high, and then I went and ate some spaghetti and went to my friend's house, and he said, all right, well, let's smoke some more. And I said, okay. So I was I thought, well, I'm going to take a really big hit and I'm going to get high this time. And I did. I took a big hit and I spewed chunks. And so I know cannabis can cause emesis, but then I read all this scientific stuff that's used for anti-emetic reasons. And so I learned about that. But here's what I also know. I know how hospitals operate. And Ethan Russo may not have the same experience that I do. And here's the experience that I had. So a friend of mine went to Oroville Hospital in California, and he had nausea and vomiting and right upper quadrant pain. He was in a lot of really bad trouble. And he went to the emergency room, and Joey Lee is his name. And he lived in a community that had a creosote plant previously. And a whole bunch of people in that community developed biliary carcinoma from the creosote. So he went to this hospital, and the doctor came in with his white lab coat on. He says, well, hey, son, do you smoke marijuana? And Joey said, well, yeah, I do. And he says, oh, I got your diagnosis. You don't need to tell me anything else. I know what you got. And he did an x-ray or whatever he did on him. And he sent him packing with a diagnosis of marijuana hyperemesis syndrome. And in the emergency room lingo, it's called Gomer. Get out of my ER. Gomer. So he labeled my friend as a Gomer. Oh, you're a silly pot smoker, and all you got to do is quit smoking pot, and your trouble's going to go away. And he ended the workup on the guy. He didn't have to spend any more money working up this guy. All he had to do is get him out of his ER, and he's somebody else's problem. Well, a month or so later, having trouble all the time, he went to a different hospital, and the ER physician worked him up properly. And he ended up having a biliary stricture that required somebody to put a stent in his bile duct to keep that bile duct open. So what happened at the first hospital, they saved a lot of money on workup by just shoving this guy out of the door and say, you're a stupid pot smoker, get out of my ER. And so this is happening all over the world, that when people come in, you smoke marijuana, I got your diagnosis, get out of my ER. And it stops the multiple workups that some people need. And so people are going to miss cancers. They're going to miss all kinds of other disease that might cause nausea and vomiting. And just because the first question they ask him is, do you smoke pot? And so I don't know that marijuana hyperemesis is a real thing. It's quite possible. I know cannabis does cause nausea. And is cannabis sprayed with other kind of chemicals, neem oil and other things? Well, I know that's true. So is it the cannabis? Is it something that's sprayed on it? Or is it just get out of my ER mentality running this diagnosis, which may be a fake diagnosis brought on by the medical industry and has nothing to do with reality? And what's going to happen is this is going to play out further, and people will find proof that it does exist or it doesn't exist. But in my mind, everything the drug war says is a lie, and there's no reason for me to think that this isn't a lie. It's possibly true, but you have to exhaust your diagnostic armamentarium to really find out, is this caused by this, or can I use Kentucky windage and say, well, you have marijuana hyperemesis syndrome? So that's the issue.
Doctor, thank you for that. After speaking with Dr. Russo, it has been found it is a rare disorder. It's an electrolyte spasticity issue or malfunction at the molecular level, which is a hyperstimulation of the CB1 receptor. So I also have put in the chat there a information about what it is, the wiki, as well as 6 different deaths that have been attributed due to the electrolyte malfunction
Wow.
caused by the reality that's there. So
What's the mechanism of
unfortunately,
action?
science has caught up, and there is some further understanding, but it is a rare disorder. It's no reason to, it doesn't affect everybody who uses cannabis. And there is an actual test now because you are correct. Prior to being diagnosed with cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, people are usually diagnosed with a constant convulsing, right? Because they think that it's a episode where people are just having they're just throwing up, and they don't understand that there is a buildup that's happening that's causing this due to the rare disorder. So
So do they?
whereas in the past, Dr. Russo said it costs on average back in 2012 about $92,000 for doctors and nurses to finally diagnose cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Whereas today, Dr. Russo has made us aware there's now a metabolomic test that costs around $1,000 that can be done so that people can find out if they have this genetic disorder, because it has other issues medically that are going to come up for that individual that Dr. Russo
Okay.
has found.
What's the mechanism of action of hyperstimulation of CB1 receptors, and can I get some?
It's going to be interesting to see how that test cost is taken care of when it comes to patients who don't have the funds to afford it out of pocket. You know, like people who are on Medicaid and state aid and things like that, who even just have, you know, basic simple healthcare plans that don't cover things like that, because being, you know, a genetic test, it is costly. And that still is not that much accessible, you know, for everyone. I myself went through months of the being diagnosed with cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, and I had to go a few months without consuming, because when I went into the doctor for uncontrolled vomiting and you know, a lot of indigestion trouble for months. I mean, it was 6, 7 months. I had lost like 60 pounds. I wasn't able to eat anything. I could not. Every morning I would wake up throwing up for hours. And so I went to the doctor, and as soon as he heard that I consumed cannabis, he shut me down immediately. And because I was on Medicaid, which is like state aid, I couldn't go to another doctor. I had to follow kind of his care, and abide by his rules with it to get testing. And so it was
Yeah.
months later that I finally had a stomach scope done, an endoscopy, and they found out that I had an H. pylori infection, which could have been found months earlier, and I wouldn't have the stomach issues to this day that I do, from my belief. And so, you know, having to go there and fight for myself again and again and say, hey, look, like I'm, you know, I'm not consuming, but I'm still experiencing this. When I do consume, it does help. Is there anything we can do? And he just says, oh, well, you haven't stayed off of cannabis long enough.
And if it's rare, because I heard Etienne use that word rare a multitude of times. How the fuck do I know like 20 or 30 people who have been diagnosed with hyperemesis syndrome? Like that just seems like a high number if it's a rare thing.
Question
Because
for
you're
you.
also involved in cannabis, and so we also hear about it. And because we are also leaders in cannabis, so those things tend to filter up to us over time. I've heard about it over time, which is we also heard it at the United Nations because Kevin Sabet was using it or trying to actually weaponize it. And so when we met with Dr. Russo, he helped educate us because we're going to be educating our international community at the UN in March, because we're going to be at the C&D in Vienna. That
One,
again, it's
So
still a rare disorder. By no means does it affect everyone who uses cannabis. It is not a reason to maintain prohibition, and it is a diagnosable condition for which screening is now possible, which is something we didn't know prior. But that's where we are. There's still a lot of research that has to be done on this to understand it,
Dr.
because
Golder doesn't ring true with me. because everybody has CB1 receptors. And I don't know any studies that show that people have a variation of CB1 receptors. So the doctor said, you haven't quit cannabis long enough for you to regain normal function. And that doesn't ring with me, because the question is, well, how long do you have to quit? And if you quit for 10 years, does that mean all your CB1 receptors go away?
No, for cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, the only current diagnosis to stop it is abstaining permanently if you have it for real.
Wow.
I truly believe that this is a manifestation of what we call a biphasic response in medicine. And that is when certain, depending on the concentration of certain compounds, they could act one way, and then at a different concentration, they could act completely in the opposite way. So it's called biphasic response. And so it's no surprise to me that, again, because we know that cannabinoids at very, very low dose can actually block nausea, you'd think that maybe at a different dose, it's just acting in a different way. It could just be overwhelming that signal. And I think this is a manifestation of that. Dr. Dave, I was wondering again, like, you're most certainly aware of the study where Meshulam showed that they basically can control nausea in patients that are, I think this is all children patients too, that were getting chemotherapy. There's certain again things that you do and you don't do. I mean, when you're, I guess, dosing children, in this case, they were just dosing at what they know is below a psychoactive dose. So my question to you is, again, maybe there's other receptors other than just CB1 where it could be tied to the gag reflex. It could be tied, again, to our body's ability to control the gag reflex, but then at a much higher concentration, it's inducing just the opposite of the reflex it's supposed to be controlling. Do you think that could be the case here?
Well, absolutely. And some of these chemicals have stimulate more than one receptor. So they may be stimulating other receptors besides CB1 receptors.
Yeah, TRPV1, PPAR, gamma. There's a lot of other known targets for the cannabinoids. I mean, in the body, in the central nervous system, you're absolutely right. It's the CB1. And when Dr. Allen was talking about the cerebrum and the cortex, kind of like the outer, most advanced part of the brain, that's where CB1 is most prevalent. What's known with CB2, and again, maybe this is a question for you, Dr. Allen, with certain, there's a lot of data out there now that suggests that whole plant extracts that contain terpenes, flavonoids, and the variety of cannabinoids, not just THC, are more effective than the isolates itself. And one big thing that you could point to with beta caryophyllene in particular is that actually interacts with CB2. But since there's still like receptors to be discovered, right? Like we don't know everything that's in the human body. We don't know all the targets that these compounds act on. It's going to be really difficult to kind of figure out like how it's all tied to a therapeutic intervention of a disease.
Right.
And so just back to cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, I kind of had this discussion quickly with Ethan when we talked at the ICRS in Toronto a couple of years ago. And I think what he said, he was talking more about the genetic susceptibility that certain users, and again, I guess what Etienne was pointing out is that is a small fraction of the population are more prone to this, and let's call it a biphasic impact, where maybe at a much lower dose, like if they were taking a gummy or an edible or something that was only like 5 milligrams versus taking a big vape pen hit, or maybe smoking a joint or taking a dab, where they're completely overwhelming their system with a much, much larger dose of cannabinoids, is completely different than taking just a few milligrams underneath the tongue.
Absolutely. And,
Right.
and my experience with the drug war turned on my amygdala. And when somebody said marijuana hyperemesis syndrome, my first reaction was, that's drug war propaganda and can't possibly be true. I wanted to reject any information to tell me that there is a possibility that shit might happen. But I knew myself that, well, I blew chunks after taking a hit at cannabis. And so I knew that it had a biphasic reaction. And a lot of chemicals do that.
Right.
So
One,
CBD doesn't really bind strongly to either the CB2 or CB1 receptor. It only has minor binding coefficients to either of those two things. So a lot of the
Right.
actions of CBD are really not really known completely, and their actions are separate from CB2 or CB1
Right.
binding.
Well, it's an allosteric inhibitor at CB1, but yeah, at a much different concentration. So I think the point you bring up, though, and I think the point that we're addressing here is it depends on the concentration. There's an old saying that the poison depends upon the dose, and it's kind of the same thing we're talking about. I remember when we had. Let me just finish this thought, Kelly. First of all, Josh and Kelly, always great to see you guys. Happy New Year. But let me just finish this thought. And I think when we had Ethan on once before, Marcus, I think he was on Hash Church and he discussed this, and they said that there's data to not support it. And we always heard that it was neem oil and it was azadirachtin, which was this naturally occurring, pesticide that I guess people were using. But I guess, I saw Etienne shake his head. I think Ethan poo-pooed that. And I think he did that on a Hash Church. Maybe the last time he was on Hash Church, we talked about the whole neem oil connection to supposedly being the culprit for cannabis.
They did a study
syndrome.
to see the toxicity and comparing the toxicity of CHS supposedly versus neem, and they were not the same. And so
they weren't correlated.
Let out through science.
They weren't correlated at all.
I would be really interested. There's a couple of things here that sparked for me is that, first of all, when the CB1 receptor is sparked, it's like a canary in the coal mine. It's going to spark other symptoms within the body, just like whenever we spark a lot of different receptors in our body. So that's also really interesting. It makes it really almost impossible to unwind, because it would be very interesting to test somebody's whole body toxicities before, have them smoke, and then afterward have them do a whole massive body detox and then have them smoke. So what is it? Is it the cannabis, or is it the receptor that's being responded, or is it latent symptoms within the person? So I think that there's a lot of latent problems that people have within themselves, that once they spark that CB1 receptor, that all of a sudden they become symptomatic. Because I definitely have seen that with people who are ill trying to utilize cannabis. And then I've seen it with people who have gotten incredibly healthy and try to use that same cannabis. The reactions are very, very different. And then another point in the cannabis hyperemesis syndrome talk is that, a lot like a tick, we have to be collecting that tick when it bites you to find out what it is that tick has in it. Does it have Lyme's disease? Does it have Bordetella? Does it have a possibility of 68 other possibilities of different pathogens that tick can give you? Like we're not collecting the cannabis that made that person sick. We're not looking at all of the different chemicals within that cannabis. What was it that made you sick? Did you collect it? Were we able to test it? We can't just say, oh, all cannabis contains hyperemesis for something that has hyperemesis, just like we can't say that all ticks create Bordetella and Lyme's disease if they don't have it.
We would have to force people to smoke neem oil joint. to see if neem oil even caused nausea.
Or we would have to say, hey, why don't you smoke regeneratively grown soil-based, flower that has more of equality in cannabinoid ratios, more equality in terpene ratios that
You're like
fulfill the
perfect to ask this question about. Let me ask you, how long had you been without cannabis when he said it wasn't long enough?
2
That's to
months.
Emily.
He had me go 2 months without consuming. And I'm an organic grower. I was growing my own cannabis. I wasn't buying it from a store. And the people I was getting it from when I wasn't growing it, they were organic growers and everything. So, I was able to know where the flower came from when I was consuming it. I knew what material was being used with growing it.
Well, and it sounds like for you actually had another latent issue.
Well, that's my point,
so
though. I don't think it
stimulated.
Yeah,
something
it's
was
more
coming
like
up for
cannabis
you.
was the storyteller.
So cannabis,
hey, you have something else
cannabis
going
was
on.
actually your mentor. Cannabis was actually
so when I would consume, it would help. It would ease the nausea. It would ease the pain and the vomiting.
Right. And
I would go to take a hot shower. Yeah.
If you had CHS when you re-engage with cannabis, you would automatically start the cyclical
And
vomiting.
it would minimize it. And then when
Correct.
they would say like hot showers would help it, I would pass out in a hot shower. I would
Right.
need
So you
bronchial
don't have the genetic
Yes.
the disposition that others have, which
And this
are
was about 3
again
years ago.
right. So it's again a TRP V1 receptor. It's a dopamine gene, the COMT and the DRD2, as well as the CYP2C9 enzyme and the ABCA1 gene. So these are the key findings from Dr. Russo's study, is that it's a genetic susceptibility. It isn't a cannabis that has cannabis hyperemesis syndrome in it. The person already has the genetic predisposition. It's the cannabis that's going to trigger it. So again, it's not the cannabis. It's not what's in the cannabis. It's the human, unfortunately, who has the unfortunate
Okay, I have a question.
Mentally.
Since DNA is two-stranded, is this a change on only one strand, or does it have to be a change on both strands?
You have to ask Dr. Russo. I am not the doctor. I'm only giving you
I invited him today, but I
directly
never
from
heard back from
Eileen.
him. I will say this about hyperemesis syndrome. If I was the ultimate prohibitionist, it would be the most of it. Like, imagine coming up with a disease that you can tell everyone you can't smoke cannabis anymore. It's just the ultimate, like, sorry, you can't smoke cannabis anymore. You just can't do it.
They tried that, and
Everyone's...
countries came to us afterwards, Marcus, and we're like, this doesn't really exist. And we're like, it's very rare. What he's talking about is why we engage Dr. Russo to remind everybody it's a rare disorder. It is not it does not affect everyone who uses cannabis. It is not a reason to maintain prohibition, and is a diagnosable condition for which screening is now possible.
And how connected or close is it to hyperemesis gravidarum, which is the extreme form of morning sickness that occurs during pregnancy?
Excellent
for certain women, right? So what's it? Maybe those women should stop getting pregnant.
No, I had a friend of mine who was pregnant and who could only, because she was throwing up so much, my hash, because it was a full cannabinoid spectrum, was the only thing to stop her from throwing up. Otherwise, she was in hot showers and then throwing up, and she went through 3 children this way.
I think that regardless of like a doctor's view on it, I mean, like the white papers are there for like the diagnosis and everything of it. From the patient standpoint, a doctor still took an oath to do no harm. And by refusing and just staying on that damn hill of, well, this is cannabis related, I said so, and not giving the decency to do further consulting and testing and listening to the patient, being able to share, the things that I was trying, I don't see how that fits into that at all.
Where are you located? Can I ask what state you're located in?
It was Illinois.
Illinois, okay.
It's lack of education and information, for one, because again, We just talked to the top researchers, did 3 research studies on this subject. So the information is not out there. That's why my group, Veterans Action Council, did a whole video on it to get an understanding, to put out and so hopefully dispel some of this misinformation, because there's a lot around it, but also to educate doctors and nurses, because there isn't a lot of information. And that's what Dr. Russo said, is that there's a lot of lazy doctors and nurses, and just chalk it up to CVS, that it's, sick little vomiting syndrome, but it takes a very curious doctor or nurse to go further. And those are rare. And I think Dr. Allen has spoken, and Dr. Scialdone has spoken to that as well, is that they're lazy and that they'll go with the first diagnosis as opposed to going further. So, Emily, your frustration is absolutely valid and real because of lack of information.
As well as, Dr. David Allen, you just described, amygdala and and how people really don't want to change how they feel and how they think. You gave us a whole beautiful 10-minute discussion on that. And that exactly describes, doctors that are indoctrinated into an ideology that makes that amygdala a little bit more cemented.
And there's a monetary a part of this, that monetary motivation for them to end their study, go on to the next patient.
As well as who is told that they're smart. You get A+ in class and you move to the top of the class because you are able to parrot that information. And then you're told that you're super intelligent. And then you go and you have an entire career in the knowing that you're super intelligent off of information that may not even be true. And unfortunately, not only is this a big problem in a lot of occupations that are given a lot of money, but it's also the demise of humanity, just like Dr. Allen described earlier, with the cemented amygdala and the inability to change. So these conversations are so important to keep pushing forward. Maybe we have little shovels on people's amygdalas, and we're chipping away at them a little bit every day to make a transition and a change.
We also have a regenerative certification that we, certify farms around the world, and most of them are outdoor and in the sun and in the ground. And we had an experience where we had a gathering of all of our farmers, and everyone brought their herb and different hash and things that they'd made on their farm from that year, totally free from chemicals, free from anything, not indoors, nothing. And we had a close friend who had just come from MJ BizCon, who was super ill all weekend.
Well, she was working with Dr. Ethan Russo, and Dr. Ethan Russo was also at this gathering. So he was saying, he was studying with her and was working with her for several months before he was actually, she was one of the very first patients. And he said, I don't suggest that you smoke it. She's like, I'm going to. And she never felt better than ever.
And Ethan Russo had come to our gathering the year before. He knows our farms, knows our farmers. She came directly from the hospital over in Las Vegas, and all this horrible weed and all these horrible people that pretend that they're guiding the industry. And then she came over to our event and smoked doobies all weekend long with zero harm. And I'm not going to say I know what that is. And you can say, oh, well, she's not one of the people with the genetic disposition. And maybe there's a genetic disposition in 1% of the people, and it's just an overdiagnosed problem. But it also just shows the dynamic of the human being and the type of body that they have and what's put into it. So I think that, it really does matter where it comes from, because it can antagonize the situation that's already there.
I think the most encouraging thing about this conversation, though, is that, it's just an information thing, right? And if you can be your own advocate when you go into a doctor's office or whatever situation you're dealing with, and you can say, look, you don't know all the information. There's more information, and present them that information. Give them a chance. Give them a chance to do the right thing, at least to provide them with the information, because unfortunately, the last time they learned something was in school, and they don't go back. So, if you have information, this is like somebody else brought it up too. I think it was NTN. Like, we're all in the cannabis field, and so it's really easy to get lost in thinking everybody should know the things that we know. But really, if you were to quiz the first 1,000 people that walk down the street, there's going to be probably 10 that know close to what you know. So just because we know things, and it seems commonplace in our circles, it's not that way in the world, man. It's stuff they got a long, a long way to go still. So and that's why I do a lot of the shows that I do, and I'm really just I've noticed that issue in myself. I'm a little jealous. I mean, so I want to learn that information, so I have shows to get people to talk on it, and I love it. But to get that information out to everybody, so that everybody then can take that information to their doctors, can take that information to their caretakers, and in their growers. Maybe you have a caregiver grower. You can say, "Hey, I heard this high terpene cannabis would be really great for my condition. Let's try it out." And what was really cool listening to the doctors today describe the way pharmaceuticals are prescribed, to me, it reminded me of how we try different strains. We're like, okay, that didn't work for you. Let's get a different strain, and we're going to track down something that does. It sounds very similar, but we're doing it in a natural way with a lot less side effects. So I just thought those similarities all were really cool, just sitting back and trying to absorb everything.
It is really cool. And I think as herbalists, we've always, an herbalist community, I think I've always wanted to have that open interaction with allopathic medicine, but it's just been so impossible because the allopathic Western medical is so overarching and often targets people, and you really can't have a relationship with them when it comes to natural childbirth. I mean, there's just places all over the country where you're not able to have an herbal traditional pregnancy, birth, and postpartum experience. And
which, by the way, I guess I'm going to segue as fast as I possibly can. A very unfortunate thing happened here in British Columbia and Canada. One of the most leading midwives who has led the world in both education, in home birth, in educating people around the world, in hospitals and clinics, Gloria LeMay, has been put in jail for a baby that had passed, and the baby had passed before the mother had even gone into labor. And this is a direct attack on natural childbirth. It's a direct attack on medicine, natural medicine, and it's a direct attack on us being able to choose what's right for us.
They've been attacking Gloria for 30. Gloria was our midwife for Trinity, right?
I do. And I know that's why I brought it up also. She's a dear friend, and I've seen her do births where nobody else wanted to touch, with grace and beauty and ease. And we're not just talking hundreds, we're talking thousands and thousands of births. And she's been an educator of thousands. So
it's all about turf.
For example.
It is all about turf. You're not wrong, Dr. Allen. And
Sure.
The parts that they try to attack Gloria for is the very PTSD they've created in her.
Exactly.
So they push her against a rock, and then when she screams, they say, "Oh, look, she's emotional. She's screaming. So it's this metaphor of when Gloria had helped us with our first child, it was only a couple years later that they put undercover agents into her classes to record her saying certain things. So it was all about language and turf. When my wife ended up in the hospital after our home birth, she tore and lost a lot of blood. So it was like this rush to the hospital, and the vibe and the frequency that was going on between the hospital and the midwife was so toxic and bad. It was just like, man.
And then they wonder why.
I think this is the time.
Yeah, and really, this is just another example of exactly, Spartn, what you were, saying, the importance of having these beautiful open conversations. And I do believe that we are in another time and place because, I work with a lot of doctors. I work with a lot of care providers, both in alternative reality and allopathic reality. And the allopathic reality at this point is really feeling a lot of bumps and bruises of what has just happened in the last 5 years. And I think that more than ever, we have a real capability to all come to the table and say, hey, we all got to figure out some things that, you know, if we mix and match here, then maybe we can come to a solution that's a little bit better. So I do think that there's minds that are a little bit more open now. And I do believe that people are moving into more natural solutions. And that's not to say that, you know, there's not a place for, you know, allopathic medicine, or that cannabis hypermesis syndrome isn't real. Of course it's real. Of course these things happen. Of course, but at the same time, when we have more compounding of the two worlds, we're going to come with better. Yeah.
Well, until it's real and they have a test for it, and this test says you got it, and that test says you don't, then it's just a way to get people out of your ER. It's a way to label you as a gomer.
It's interesting in British Columbia, the British Columbian experience. There used to be a lot of home births around, and you would hear a lot about people, oh, I had a home birth and it was beautiful, and we made a temple in our room and we have this beautiful baby, and wow, she hasn't been to the hadn't had to, because she's, you know, the baby's healthy forever. And then they legalized midwifery, and then you hear less and less about people having home births because they medicalized the midwifery through legalization. And then all of a sudden, a lot of home birth midwives had a lot of problems doing their practice in the way that they did before. Same with, but they touted, you know, British Columbian or Canadian midwifery legalization as a really great thing, which now you see it's not a great thing. And the same with cannabis, they legalized cannabis. And now what you see, like in our community, which is a huge ganja growing community, is less and less people growing. And the type of legalization that came in really changed what cannabis was and what you could do with it in the new legalized paradigm. So it's interesting now, Canada's kind of touted as, oh, I have a legal cannabis system. Well, in the community, it changed it completely. And there's not the same amount of growers. There's way less care that's given directly from, you know, caregivers to patients. And it's hard for a patient to find the kind of care before. We've talked about this a lot on before, but it's just odd and interesting how, you know, when it becomes legalized and modernized, it just loses the whole soul and spirit of the whole thing. And then you just get a whole entire different template of what it is.
Yes.
A new shell of what it is.
Well, the whole legalization efforts have killed cannabis activists. And there used to be a lot of cannabis activists, and so they made cannabis semi-legal. I believe cannabis is not really legal anywhere. And here's a statement that everybody should take home with them and put this in your heart. Cannabis and hemp are, in fact, money. And if you legalize cannabis or hemp in your state, money will come to your state in one of two fashions. If the citizens can grow cannabis, money will come to the citizens. They will spend the money inside the state, and everybody will prosper. And if the citizens can't grow, then out of state cannabis cartel carpetbagger companies, and many people don't understand what that word means. Carpetbagger companies will come to your state. They will grow cannabis that the people can't grow, and they will take the money outside of your state. You can't argue with that fact.
It's definitely happening on a large level. Go ahead, whoever was about to speak.
That was just me. Sorry. I was just going to say, I'm glad that the conversation is steering towards cultivation a little bit, because the one point that I did want to, because I can't hang out forever, I wish I could, but one point that I wanted to bring up as far as cannabis and mental health is the whole aspect of just growing it, just cultivating cannabis, the aspect of taking something even from a seed or a clone and nursing it all the way to the end
And loving it. Yeah.
And loving it, and then sifting through, finding the plant that works the best for what you need it for, and finding that plant and being able to keep it forever if you need to. And there's something just to being able, to have that power, to take that power back and be able to medicate yourself and not have to go and rely on somebody else to do that, and to be in control of the whole process. And you know that there's nothing been introduced to be, worried about. No, nothing, no shortcuts taken, everything done the way you wanted
Yeah.
it. And there's a huge mental aspect to just that alone. And there's even been science behind like certain bacteria that you'll pick up in the soil from just working with the plants that are beneficial to you. That act almost like an antidepressant. So there's this huge benefit, and I'm always a huge encourager, and I love to help people to grow or learn to grow cannabis because there's a huge mental aspect to just that.
I will say, Spartan, you're good at it. You have a good way of explaining to people when it comes to. I've worked with Spartan at the Grandmaster LED booth in Berlin and in Barcelona, and he's got a very deep understanding of how the lights work, how cannabis is grown, and just an overall good dude, man. I'm glad you and Emily came on today for sure. And I hope that I didn't muck this up today because last week's show when I brought Indra back from the dead, I I didn't get to see in the chat room when what people were saying when they were like, "Holy smokes," because people have basically thought Indra was passed away for the last year, thanks to a rumor that his son started. And it was mind-bending. I went back to the video and I went to watch it, and it is the only Hash Church video that I have up that does not have the live chat. The chat was not turned on to record. So I'm praying that that is not the case today because Emily, you had so much support in the chat room when you came on and shared your story. It was like 40 people, 50 people in a row were just giving you love. And I was kind of hoping
Yeah.
you'd be able to go back and watch that part of the video and see the chat. But fingers crossed, it might be
I really appreciate that. I was trying to keep up a little bit and I saw just a lot of positive response, which is
yeah.
incredible. I mean, to be able to share openly something that it is scary to talk about. It is something
Terrifying.
that I struggle with, every day. And I'm so thankful to have found this medicine that is helping me to live with it because, can't make it go away. I've tried a handful of things, but and I'm not cured. I'm not healed. I'm not fixed, but
Mhm.
I cannabis gives me a better grasp to manage it in a
Mhm.
way that I'm comfortable with and I have control over. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I've been able to gain from it is just personal autonomy in my mental health and my health. I mean, being able with the other stuff we talked about, so just having that from it.
I think we all have uniqueness, and that uniqueness, when we embrace it, becomes our authenticity. And it seems like there's so many things in this world that are trying to steal and rob and take our authenticity from us, where we just, it's like my daughter was in a movie recently. She's an actress, and she has a space between her two front teeth, and it's very much who she is. Well, when the guy who made the movie with her put the poster up, he photoshopped that space out of her face. And it really bothered her. She was like, and that space bothered her growing up. She didn't like that space. She didn't like her authenticity. She didn't like that. And we all have that. We all
Yeah.
have aspects of our life that we don't like and that we don't. And 99.9% of the time, it's so twisted, and it probably goes back to this amygdala hijacking. It's the thing that makes you you. You don't need to be fixed. You're you. You just need to live your life the best way that you can and find the most. We all have pain. We all have, inflammation. We all have emotional traumas and pains, and those things, they kind of make us who we are. And mental health issues are extra terrifying because society doesn't want to deal with it. My own father-in-law passed away in a psych ward. He was on lithium for 35 years. He had bipolar disorder. He was a wonderful, amazing man, but he was very sick. And one of the things I wanted to kind of mention about the pharmaceutical cartel and the drugs that they give to people when they're prescribing these drugs, They know the people that are going to go home and start abusing alcohol in combination with those drugs. So now there's this entire conversation that's not even being talked about, which is all of these drugs, including all the SSRIs and the lithiums and they all, I mean, honestly, there's very few drugs that say this is safe to take with alcohol. Most of them in the brightest letters on that little bottle that anyone over 45 can't even fucking read without readers. You can read the part that says, don't take it with alcohol, don't mix with alcohol. And yet, what do you guys think the percentage of people that are mixing those drugs with alcohol is?
Yeah.
Is it 80%? Is it 90%? It's a high percentage of people. And so that was unfortunately the case with my father-in-law as well. I don't think it was lithium alone that put him where he ended up. I think it had a lot to do with the lack of conversation in society because people are, oh, mental illness. Oh, they might hurt me. They might hurt my kids. It so lacks empathy. If you had a giant tumor sticking out of your neck, Emily, the empathy you would experience in this world would be second to none. But if you have something going on in your head that nobody can see and it's a little bit chaotic and it's a little bit, unsure, then people naturally want to be afraid of it. And I've seen this my entire life. For whatever reason, I've always attracted a high percentage of people. And I don't know if it's because of the fact that I'm in the cannabis industry and cannabis has pulled this group of people, towards it as a healing plant. But I have known more people with a bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, all sorts of different mental health experiences than I can count, and an enormous amount of them when they go and look towards cannabis. And I have some that do a little bit of cannabis, a little bit of the sort of pills that they're on. I have some that are off completely and just on cannabis, but every single one of them says the same thing, that cannabis is a benefit and that it's beneficial to be able to use in a safe and effective way.
Well, and I think it's really interesting what you just said, Marcus, is that an enormous amount of people who have been given a sort of a piece of paper from the diagnostic, the DMSR. So we also have to wonder, you talk about, you said authenticity and how important it is to have our authenticity. And then when we get cycled down to a prescription or, oh, you have this particular disorder, or you have this particular disorder, it funnels us. And then we really have to start wondering, is the issue the individual or is the issue the environment? Because we're creating more and more and more of a fishbowl when we are
Just
monkeys and zebras and we're all of the other animals and all of the other spectrum, but sort of this very narrow-minded scientific analysis, just like Dr. Allen had mentioned, is if we don't fit into that diagnostic, they're going to make you fit into that diagnostic. That means that you have to fit into the fishbowl. And if you don't fit into the fishbowl, then you have to be taking something. So again, I just really wanted to highlight what you had said, Marcus, is that we are all beautiful, amazing individuals. And I believe that the environment makes us out of balance in the environment. And sometimes, we're not meant to all be in fishbowls. Some of us are meant to fly in the air or dig underground. So
I kind of like the entourage effect. I mean, you kind of have to take your health in an entourage effect style as well. You can go to the doctor and get diagnosed for a certain thing and get something for it, and that'd be one part of your entourage. Maybe you found cannabis or a certain strain that works to help balance out something that you're taking somewhere else, and that's another part of your entourage. But I've found like the greatest change in people's health has, you find plant medicine, you find health and wellness, but it's through major detoxing and cleansing that really transforms your body. And then you can reconstruct your body herbally to function at its higher realm, like its higher capability. And what I mean by that is our liver, our different organs are toxed out through just being alive. Like we live in an environment and we get different tox, and different organs, add different ailments to our body or different stagnations. And when you go in to cleanse your body or cleanse certain organs, then it allows those to flow and function better, which brings health to you. So it's health isn't just finding a problem, putting a word on it, and then addressing a problem. And I really feel the entourage effect is drinking really healthy water, having a healthy exercise, whether that's your gardening. And a lot of times gardening is the exercise, whether it's indoors or out. That's the beauty of gardening. And that's why we don't want shortcuts in gardening, and we don't want chemicals to kill things, because we want to use our body to make those things happen. That's part of our wellness. And then to detox ourselves, to be able to transform the biome, then ultimate health comes.
And Josh is speaking from experience. I'm been doing a ton of just free detoxifications, whether it be heavy metals, whether it be a whole overhaul 6-week classes for free online. I've had hundreds of people sign up to multiple different ones. And then people really go further and further and further. And just simply detoxing on a really deep level is getting people off of their SSRIs, is getting people off of some of those anti-anxiety things, is really helping people a lot with either I could go
Even
on and
depression.
No, I could go on and on. Statins, people are getting off immediately, just simply by getting back to what our original being is. What is our original being? And Josh says hijacked. I like the word low jacked, because high is awesome and low is like sort of, I don't know. It's been low jacked. So, what are we like without that low jack? How do we act? How do we think? How does our amygdala react? If we're not fed a bunch of crap, or we're not feeding ourselves a bunch of crap, and we're not, breathing in a bunch of crap, is our amygdala a little bit softer? Are we able to maybe open up and accept more things? And I mean, I don't know, but I am noticing only from experience and not from a diagnostic that people are healing themselves tremendously just in 6 weeks.
And maybe the sound healing is part of it. I mean, our amygdala is messed up right now. We can't make a pyramid. We can't make a cathedral from 1,000 years ago. There's certain things our body can't do anymore, because it's been low jacked. So we need to bring that back.
I wanted to mention something that Kevin Deere had mentioned in the chat room. He said that he's met many folks with mental health challenges in the cannabis community. He's worried about how much is chicken versus egg, though. Cannabis can really bring out a lot of these issues, in parentheses, schizophrenia. Or are there a giant group of people out there who are finding no support, or certainly not the right type of support, and are attracted to a community of people like the cannabis community because they naturally know there's support to be offered there? Before we go further, Brian from Best Friend Farms has come in, and so has Jenn Doe, and we haven't even said hello to them. I wanted to say hello to both of you. I also wanted to mention another hello to Fletch. He came in very earlier. Fletch is always quiet until the conversation gets to a point where he's able to be a part of it. So we hope that that happens here soon, Fletch. And welcome to both Brian and Jenn Doe. I know, Jenn Doe has been, she has had a couple of years here. So I really wanted to make sure I invited her. I don't even know. Did this all start, Jenn, when you lost your friend in the drowning incident? Is this really when this started for you, or was there even a sort of a pre to your story? I mean, listen, I know that we've all been going through things for decades and decades, but it seemed to me, from knowing you for the last however many years it's been, it really seemed to be that traumatic experience with the drowning that sort of started this journey for you. But please let me, give us a little background.
I think that was actually just quite the cherry on top of a bunch of other stuff. So it was one of those where I was like, really can't get any worse right now. And the universe was like, yes, it can. So, but that definitely was a catalyst for a lot. That one broke me for a while. Like I felt that just snapped in my head at that moment on the car. And that kind of went for gosh, many years without much relief. And, more traumatic situations layered on more, Yeah, actually, so I've had really bad PTSD for, like, I was dealing with some CPTSD previously, before the accident, but then that one very severe traumatic experience really set that PTSD into absolute full gear, uncontrollable at times. It wasn't until actually a year ago that I went down to Mexico and experienced iboga, and I am confident to say that it's been about a year and maybe a couple of weeks. I am no longer experiencing the chemical reaction that happens in the brain that is PTSD. Like, so I still remember the traumatic experiences. They come up a lot differently for me now. But they don't trigger that chemical reaction that happens that sends me instantly into fight or flight.
What is it that you called it? What is the name of it?
Iboga.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what
ibogaine.
that is, so I want to, that's interesting. I'll look into it.
Yeah, so iboga or ibogaine. Ibogaine is actually extracted from iboga. So down in Mexico, they are helping people with opiate addictions because something in the ibogaine actually resets those receptors. So your opiate receptors. But with all the research that I'd been doing, I tried low dose iboga myself, like 1 to 2 years before I actually ventured out to Mexico to do it. And I noticed some really interesting responses when I did the low dose. But when I did the full dose, it was amazing because so much research is done on the opiate addiction and how it's helpful for that, because it basically scrubs the receptors so that they're no longer misfiring or having any cravings. So within about 4 days or so of an iboga treatment, or usually for opiate addiction, they go straight to ibogaine. So that's the extract. Iboga has some extra different alkaloids and medicines in there. They can also be helpful. But it scrubs those receptors to the point where they're no longer experiencing any withdrawal symptoms or any cravings or anything like that. So when I started digging into that, it seems as though there's similar receptors that control the chemical imbalance that happens in our brain with PTSD. So that's why I went down to do it, was researching that. And it's amazing. Like, there's been numerous instances that I've had certain things happen that absolutely would have sent me into fight or flight for days. And it's funny because something will happen and I'll sit there and I'll wait and I'll be like, is it going to happen? It's not happening. I'm like, it's not fucking happening. Okay. So then I'm able to kind of revisit the experience that would have triggered that, but almost from a more accepting standpoint. So even after the iboga, it's been very therapeutic because now being able to have those memories and revisit that to try and, help heal myself more from that, it makes it possible. So yeah, it's pretty incredible. It's definitely not for everybody. It's very harsh.
I was wondering when you were going to get to that part.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous. I had to get my heart monitored for a little while to make sure that I didn't have any like hidden heart conditions. I had to get a full blood workup to make sure that my liver was going to be able to handle it. And then it was a full 36 hours of just straight, like, gosh, I hate describing it because it sounds so awful, but it really was, So,
my friend put it perfectly. It was like a 24-hour nightmare that I lived.
Yeah. Yep. And mine lasted for 36 hours full in, but then it was about another 16 hours after before I stopped, like, feeling like I was like 3/4 of the way in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so the way I would describe it, so ayahuasca, for example, right? Like, typically that's known for having like visions, and then you're going to interpret those, right? I had a friend that was telling about hers, and the flowers turned into snakes, and the snakes were trying to tell her something. Just very interesting. So it was left up to interpretation. Iboga is more like the ghost of Christmas past that pulls you through the timeline of all of your traumas and shows those to you, you know? And so you kind of have to sit with it. And then add in some LSD, some food poisoning, the worst flu you've ever had, the drunk spins. And that's pretty much Iboga and how it feels, you know? After the fact, though, it's like as soon as it hit, I was like, oh, geez, what did I do? And then it was really hard. But after the fact, when I finally kind of came back to reality, you know, like one foot on the ground, like, where am I at? What's going on? It was such an open feeling. Like, and I don't know how else to describe it other than you're just like cracked wide open, your heart, your mind, your stomach, your body, like very, very incredible feeling. But yeah, that was almost a year ago today. And I've been waiting to kind of like express that, like, I can confidently say this is basically cured that inappropriate synapses in my brain that's causing the chemical reaction of the PTSD. But
it may not actually be related to the receptors. It may be related to neurogenesis.
Okay.
So in medical school, we were taught that there's no such thing as neurogenesis, or once your heart cell dies, it's dead. There's no heart cells that regenerate. Once your brain cells die, there's no regeneration, and that may not actually be true. And there's some people that think that cannabis helps with neuroregeneration, and also psilocybin and ibogaine may actually rewire the brain around the amygdala so it doesn't go straight to the amygdala and doesn't trigger it. So the bottom line is Jah over evil, God over evil. Live it.
Love it. Listen, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this controversial character that it probably will ignite anger in some people, but I got to give a shout out to Mark Emery, dude. Back in the 90s, that guy was doing ibogaine. He was paying out of his pocket for opiate addicts to take this ibogaine, and he spent like tens of thousands of dollars. It might have been hundreds of thousands of dollars out of his own pocket. It was super intense work. It was not it was intense work, like the responsibility of taking someone through an experience like that before, this was 20 plus years ago when he was doing this. And it was just a really righteous thing to do. It was just like all about helping people. He never like published it or was telling people about it. It was just sort of low key if you knew him and you were local. And he brought dozens and dozens of people through these ibogaine experiences, and a lot of them, here in Vancouver as well. For those of you that don't know, we have an opioid, really like an epidemic. I believe we have about 400 people who drop dead every month in our city from fentanyl and opioid abuse, and it's been happening for over a decade. So it's just a normal thing in Vancouver that every single day, people are dying, 10 plus people are dying every single day. And it's just, it's really unfortunate, but I'm glad you came on and mentioned ibogaine today, Jen, because that's really cool. I know Emily's just like researching it like crazy right now. She's like, what is this ibogaine that Jenn Doe speaks of?
Yeah, I really appreciate everybody spelling it out in chat.
Yeah,
awesome.
It's quite incredible. It takes a lot of work after the fact as well. Like, I did a lot of other treatments afterwards, but some of them are treatments that I'd already done before iboga, and then afterwards, the way that they would even process differently was really incredible.
Now it sounds like you went to a facility.
Great story.
Or...
No, I went and did it in my girlfriend's spare room. I told her, if you can just peek in on me once an hour, make sure that I'm not dying, that would be great.
Maybe hose me off and call it good.
Yeah, I mean, I highly recommend going to a facility though. There are a lot of really great facilities down there. But like I just felt like it was something that I needed to do on my own, and really like face that and go through it. So I had a very safe space to do it in. She would peek in on me and I wouldn't even know.
See, I'm
So
very interested in exploring other, natural medicines and plant medicines. A few years ago, I had been accepted into a few clinical trials, one for psilocybin and one for ketamine treatment. But once they found out that I had any type of psychosis, they canceled it, even the one I was going to pay out of pocket for.
yeah.
I mean, I would feel safest at a facility, that would be what I'd want to look at first, just because I don't know what type of threshold or anything is going on. A lot of people don't, do the research into that. I do understand it, but to be turned away for it, after trying to seek the help was kind of, that sucked a lot. So,
Huh.
yeah, it's really
Marcus, let me ask you a question, please.
Me, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any experience, or anybody on the panel have any experience with microdosing mushrooms?
Mhm.
Yeah, I've been microdosing mushrooms
Yep.
I mean, listen, my mushroom experience started in the late 80s when I ordered the spores from Cap McKenna there in Hawaii, the syzygy. So my mushroom experience started with you have to take 5 dried grams in a dark room, and that's how it started. So we were all about heroic doses. I've taken well over 100 heroic doses of mushrooms in my life, and it changed. It definitely rewired my brain. It really made us more articulate, more intelligent. It was like going to university without going to university, eating these
Wow.
mushrooms. The logos, right? The language. It just seemed to unlock language in my mind. Now, those experiences were terrifying. Those were terrifying experiences. There was only a small group of us that were even willing to do that. And if you did it once, let's just say that these are not addictive substances. And as Terence McKenna said, as Terence McKenna said so eloquently and beautifully so many years ago, these substances do not bathe the ego in a cloud of certitude. And they don't.
Oh,
You're not getting that from these experiences. But the microdose, I started that probably a couple years ago with my wife. We pick psychedelic mushrooms all around here in BC, mostly cyanescens, but I did manage to score some azarescens this year, and I've scored semolinciatas over the years, which are known as Liberty Caps, and I've scored the baeocystins, which are known as the bluebells, and stunsies, which are not really that strong, but I've also found those. And yeah, it seems like the azarescens and the cyanescens, they're just a feel-good mushroom. Like the mushrooms I ordered from Cat, which were the mushrooms that Dennis and Terrence collected in the Amazon in the 70s when a priest came in and he cleared a little bit of the jungle and he brought some cows in. And these crazy Stropharia cubensis mushrooms grew. Anyone that has ever taken the syzygy or the penis envy or the enigma, which I believe all comes through that strain of syzygy, these are like alien mushrooms. They are so bloody potent. They're like terrifying mushrooms to eat
Marcus,
large doses of. Yes, please.
could you repeat that quote about
Yes.
the ego? That's a
Yes.
real important quote.
Yeah, yeah. So that's Terence McKenna's quote, and it is these substances do not bathe the ego in a cloud of certitude.
Man.
Yeah, powerful. Oh, that's Terrence, man. He was the man. Like I was very lucky to find Terrence McKenna. When we were younger in Winnipeg, there was an older gentleman by the name of Harry. And I was like 16, 17. My mentor Martin was probably 26, 27. Well, Harry was probably in his 40s or 50s. He might have even been 60 back then. And
That's
Harry
genius.
Harry had gone through and gotten his master's degree and his PhD, and he didn't really think of his degree as much. He kind of regarded it as a joke. But he did end up focusing on his focus of he grew great cannabis. He would give Williams Wonder to my buddy Martin in a little paper bag. We'd get these little joints of it and be like, oh my God, this is so good. And he invented a board game years and years ago called Scruples. And that's how Harry made all of his money, selling this board game by the name of Scruples. He made millions of dollars. So he was just this kind of cool older guy that was going to inspire the youth. And we were the youth. And he gave me my first, well, he gave Martin, who gave us our first Terence McKenna lectures. And the first one I ever heard was Terence McKenna at Esalen Institute, and the title of it is called Psilocybin in the Sands of Time. And I was very young. I listened to this lecture. It was mind-blowing. And I remember my father, who was very straight fireman guy, but also highly intelligent, and I let him listen to it. And it absolutely blew his mind. So to answer your question, yes, I think a lot of people have experience with microdosing nowadays. It's so much easier. It's like you don't have to face your soul. You don't have to face ego death. You don't have to like face who you really. What it is this just this little. It's just this little boost. It just gives you a different perspective to see the world where, for me, I truly microdose. I'm not microdosing like some people are like, yeah, I microdose a gram at a time. And I'm like, whoa, dude, like a gram at a time. That's not a microdose. Like that's like
I
tripping out on.
accidentally did that for a month. I got the wrong size capsule. So I got the step up. And since I thought that I got the regular capsule and I wanted it a little bit stronger, I was packing it in there a lot. And so I accidentally got the step up and I was taking 2 to 3 of them. And I was like, oh my God, these hillbillies are so potent. Like, what is going on? And I was talking to my girlfriend. I was like, gosh, I don't know. I think it's this new strain. And she was like, girl, that capsule is way too big. And I was like, what? And she's like, wrong what? So I'm emptying it on the scale. I'm like, I think my scale's messed up. And she's like, no, you are messed up. Like the scale's right. And I was like, holy shit. So I thought I was microdosing for 30 days, but I was actually taking like a gram and a half every morning and then doubling that at night. So I was just on a permanent trip for like,
oh my God.
It took me about 2 weeks to figure it out because I was like, holy cow, like these are wicked strong.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
Be cautious about the capsules you use. Make sure they're the right size. You know what? I will say though, that's not something I ever would have done intentionally, but I did find it so very like healing, and it was quite a different experience. But I would not have opted to do that knowing. So kind of neat.
Interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just sending.
I love that statement, and it if you think about it, it kind of has something to do with the amygdala, because when you're wrapped in certainty, you ignore any other information that's coming at you. Your ego says, "Oh, I don't have to listen to that. I already know."
Yeah, it's this comfort too, right? Like it's that. Why people are so afraid of change. Like it's just uncomfortable. It's a discomfort. And we all use the term ego like it's a bad word. Well, ego it's you. It's who you are. It's who you've made yourself to be in this meat puppet. Is it your soul? No, certainly not. It's based on traumas and joys and pleasures and all these different experiences that have crafted you into being who you are. I certainly am happy to travel this space and have my ego. I don't say ego like it's a terrible thing all the time. Now, can it get out of control? Absolutely. Can we be blinded by it? Absolutely. But there's definitely a power to understanding that your ego is like, that's kind of a representation of you, all the experiences that you brought in and how you're putting them out into the world. And it's not to say that you can't change and improve those things, but certainly don't be afraid of your ego, because when we talk about it, it often sounds like we're using it as a bad word, and I would just like to reiterate that we're not.
Well, it's interesting too, just the word ego. I actually really took that on with a good sword on a really heavy duty LSD trip, and thought about that word ego, and realized that, Sigmund Freud was the one that coined it. And of course, then that made me want to go at the sword a little bit harder. And then I really started to break it down. And when I melted it all the way down, what I realized, it was just another external word that we use for our non-confidence body. We have a confident body and we have a non-confident body. And we can describe the ego as the non-confident body. And I really think that it is absolutely important to have both, no matter what it is that you want to call it. It was really cool to break that down and understand, like, what is this word ego? We're so unwilling to look at our non-confidence that we even give it a word outside of ourselves, like the word ego. You're like, oh, I have this ego, as if it's like something that's not even you. And when you break that down, you can say, oh, I have this non-confident body that I also embody. And for me at that time, it just really helped me understand, how to take on what we call ego.
Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, sorry. No, that's okay, Marcus. Go ahead.
I was just going to read sort of there's the psychoanalysis of the ego would be the part of the mind that mediates between the conscious and the unconscious, and it's responsible for reality testing and a sense of personal identity. The philosophy or the metaphysics is a conscious thinking subject, us. We have this consciousness, and we're different from the majority of the other sort of animals and creatures that live on this world. We think differently. I've always thought of us as, partially nature and partially alien. I feel like we're those two things put together. We kind of want to build rocket ships and fly off to other planets, but we're also like, I'd like to build a teepee and have a fire like next at the base of the mountains, next to the river. It's like they're both appealing to me. If I had to choose one, well, I'm a teepee guy. That's kind of that's where I land. If it was a rocket ship or a teepee, I'd probably go hang out in the teepee for the rest of my days.
Yeah.
But I would fight for the right for the people who wanted to get on that rocket ship.
Right. So the amygdala steals your creativity.
I also would say I think it's really great that you went to Mexico, and even if it was a friend and not a clinic, there are a lot of really cool clinics and also progressive people that have moved to Mexico. It's a large country, obviously, but there's a lot of alternative therapies going on there that are not able to happen in the USA or Canada. So I think a lot of people that are looking towards something more than what they're finding, Mexico is pretty accessible for us in this part of the world, at least to go to. Definitely for cancer and different stuff, which I know a lot of people are probably learning that new friends have cancer, because I know that we're seeing a huge rise in friends that have cancer. And I think Mexico is a really good place to look towards for that. And also, I just wanted to stay with the mushrooms and the microdosing. We talk a lot about cannabis and the chemicals that it uptakes and then progresses into the body or delivers to the body through its medicine. Mushrooms are equal or even more susceptible to the environment that they're grown in. So getting wild mushrooms from the woods, like Marcus is talking about, would be the ultimate situation, because hopefully it's a, natural environment which hasn't been sprayed or something, but the mushrooms most likely would not come up in an area that's been sprayed. So a wild collecting of mushrooms is super good psychedelics. But there is a lot of living soil, organic substrates that are growing, psychedelics and cubensis out of nowadays. And it is an emerging science in indoor cultivation of psychedelics and all these different strains and the different hyphae cups that have happened in Oakland, and a lot of the people that have come together in California, which are progressing and crossing and making new varieties. A lot of those, and we've seen some of these cultivation sites, they're really spectacular. They're making like compost teas and full living organic, similar to like the ganja soil, with minerals and all the different stuff, and then putting it in bags and growing the cubensis, or not just obviously not just cubensis, but psychedelic mushrooms of all types, whether it's land raised varietals or new varietals, and those mushrooms growing out of that soil with that type of love and that type of intention and those type of people around it are producing the best medicine. So if you're looking to change your health and change your mental health, look for that type of medicine, especially with mushrooms. There's a good amount of it out there. So, keep your eye out there for some organic mushrooms.
Learn to grow your own too.
Yeah.
Take that power back.
There's a lot of really good mushrooms in Mexico too. We went foraging down in southern Mexico for some, and took some in the jungle and sat next to a giant tree and did a little spiritual tree ritual with one of the people I was there with. Yeah.
Hongos.
Yeah.
You went and found hongos. I first tripped out in Mexico with Pacal Votan in Palenque. Anyone that's ever been to Palenque,
So
there's
that's
a
the
little
area I was in.
of course it's the area that you were in. If you were eating mushrooms in Mexico, you were most definitely in Palenque. And Pacal Votan is there was a stone at the top of this pyramid, and they didn't know it for years and years and years, hundreds of years, I'm guessing, if not more. And then they smashed this stone, and they found a staircase that went all the way down into this tomb where Pacal Votan was. And when you see him in the tomb, it's massive. Like they must have built the entire pyramid around it, because they certainly didn't carry this sarcophagus stone thing down this staircase that was built. And Pacal Votan, for those of you that don't know, he's the Mayan guy that looks like he's in a spaceship, leaning back. He's got the little oxygen thing going into his nose, and he's got that circular sort of sun fire symbol in the background. Well, I tripped balls with Pacal Votan, let me tell you. Very intense energy in Palenque. That there's been that is definitely some type of ley line or like intense planetary zone to eat psychedelics. It's not the same as eating some mushrooms and going to a fish show in Massachusetts. It really is a different experience, I will say. Hey, I wanted to welcome into the room, because we've missed you so much, Mr. Wade Laughter. Oh, brother. At first, I'm happy to see you and glad that you're here, and I hope everything's going well. And I did see that you got to have a little meeting the other day. I got some secret photos that I was unable to share, but that was, man, let me tell you, seeing you and Skunkman Sam next to one another warmed my heart in a way. We're talking about mental health today. Well, that was good for my mental health, let me tell you.
Oh, nice.
It was really good for my health, mental health as well.
Oh.
I did exhaust myself physically. I think both of us were very excited to have the chance to hang out together. And yeah, he's a pretty special guy, I got to say. And of course, Ryan Lee was along, and we just had a lovely threesome of joy and storytelling on each other for about 3 or 4 hours. It was really sweet and lovely. And I will say that that impetus that I got from talking with Sam is why I'm able to be here. I feel like, I don't know. I've never felt this way. I don't know where my ground is. I don't know where I can find my heart, but I don't know how to act from my heart. And I know a lot of it is to do with physical discomfort. And I'm not going to whine about it. I'm really grateful that cannabis is as effective and helpful with physical pain as it is. And I'm really grateful to know some amazing manufacturers and producers of quality cannabis who have been extraordinarily kind in gifting to me uh, the cannabis preparations that I'm taking every day.
Nice.
Hitting heavy on the CBD and CBG based on some science I saw out of Italy a couple of months ago that showed high efficacy with those two cannabinoids on at least 3 different versions of multiple myeloma. And there's lots of good news. I mean, I got to say, I'm sorry for taking up so much time, but I thought I would catch you all up. If the blood work, the blood markers are an accurate assessment of how my health is doing, my blood work looks great. The oncology process that I've been doing, I've been getting monoclonal antibodies. As recently as a couple of weeks ago, I was getting them every week. And then I went to every other week, and now I'm doing it once a month. That's how well the blood work suggests that these monoclonal antibodies are working in my body. And I got to say, multiple myeloma, it hides in the bones. It's pretty hard to detect. And the particular version of it I have is additionally problematic. It's we have to look for fragments of a certain type of protein that is made by these plasmid cells that have gone cancerous. So when that number's low, it's good news. The flip side of that is I am so looking forward to feeling good. Holy cow. Most of my life, I felt very fortunate to have a body that I broke bones. Hell, when I was a teenager, I got run over by a fire truck and I survived. I've been a bit of a wild man in my life, and my body always healed up beautifully and let me go on being a crazy man. Well, that's not the case anymore. Hell's bells, I broke the collarbone right here trying to open a pill bottle one night because it was childproof. Snap. Oh. So I feel pretty limited in the things that I can do. And one of the things that Skunkman Sam reminded me very beautifully of is, look, man, you got what you got. Take full advantage of it, celebrate it, be you. Don't have regrets. And I think I needed to hear that. And so I guess since we're talking about mental health today, here's Wade sharing a little bit of his mental health. And I must say,
Wow.
I guess I would close with the idea that I think the best mental health is enjoyed by those who are able to experience the full range of their emotions without getting stuck in any one of them. And I have been suffering from depression for the last month or so. And I recognize that what happened to me is I got stuck in a bunch of different emotions, everything from anger to grief to, I could go on and on. But this, me being here today is confronting my depression, confronting the wide range of emotions that I'm experiencing about my situation and my condition. I have for most of my adult life been a person who routinely provided aid and assistance to other persons.
Yeah.
And I find it very challenging to be in a situation where I need help. I need help every day. Holy shit. Oh boy.
My heart pours out for you.
We're here
I
for you, brother.
absolutely love your last name, Laughter. It's great.
Yes.
We love
Yes.
you, Wade.
I would say, Wade, that
We love you, Wade.
you're teaching us. I mean, I never I have empathy in the world. I'm not like my wife who is extremely empathetic, like on a super high level. But I thank you for coming and sharing always because you help me practice my empathy. And I have
No,
great empathy for you, Wade. And I'm just so happy to have you in my life. I'm so happy that you come and share with us. Never think that you're taking too long and talking too much. You are always welcome here. And you say that you know where your heart is, but you don't know where your ground is. We are your ground, brother. We are.
I will support him.
We're sending you all
Buddy,
the love.
we got your six, bub.
And thanks for coming here and being vulnerable and sharing this with us. It's so important for us to get these avenues to be able to share with people when we have these human moments. It really brings us together. So thank you for sharing this with us today. It's really magnificent.
And Wade, it's not only just sharing us today, but this vibration and this energy and your ability to be vulnerable and be real for all of us that are so enshrouded with fakeness so often, that I carry you and these experiences with me so often in the healing journeys that I do with other people. You have been a guiding light for me so often since the day that I met you. So I am so thankful for the golden thread that you have given me in my life.
Thank you for that. I will note that the hoodie I'm wearing today, your beloved husband took it off his back and handed it to me. And
That
I
is
wear
so
it with
Josh.
pride, and every time I put it on, I think of you, sir.
It's awesome.
This family is, yeah, Marcus, I'm just blown away at the people that you managed to bring together and create space for us to be together in this way. I know it must sound like I'm having a really hard time. I mostly actually feel pretty good, other than the physical discomfort. And eating cannabis helps a lot with that. I've taken to actually eating hashish. Um, my doctors and my wife have begged me to stop inhaling my cannabis, so I have, and it's much harder than I thought it would be. But I've come to appreciate the varied tastes of various kinds of hashish, and uh, and I'm grateful for the acid forms that happen in hashish when I eat it that way. I tend not to get as stoned as I like to be, but the pain seems to have a little bit more of a warm, fuzzy blanket on it than it does when I haven't had any cannabis. And you can probably tell I've not had much cannabis yet today. So must be time to get started on that.
I
Oh,
agree with that. I'm gonna have a dab in your honor, and maybe I'll eat some type of an edible here as well.
That's good.
I
I think that's often overlooked with hash and rosin. It's pretty expensive, or it's coveted or whatever, but just taking a little piece of it and putting it on your tongue just really puts the flavor into your body, and it gives you a different way of experiencing that terpene or that flavor profile, even more than taking a hit of it, I think sometimes. So that's good for people to do. There you go, Marcus. And I just also wanted to say that Wade, having a relationship with you over these years has been one of the most valuable things to me, and I think to our community, because you really uphold that elder role in our world, and you've done it in such a graceful and beautiful way. And here you are showing us how to be graceful in a time when you're, just going through things, you just don't even know what's going on, but you're holding tight and you're being held by everyone. And we've grown up in schools and going to schools just being surrounded by our own age group. And I think that our richest point in life is having really good friends of different ages and elders, and also like your grandchildren or the younger. Having a 2-year-old as a really good friend is a really cool feeling, and then having a person who's 80 or 90 is like the richest thing in the world. So thank you so much for being there for us and showing us that way. And there's never a time when someone doesn't think about you or me personally that a smile doesn't come to my face. So I love you and thank you. And you're a beautiful person. And there's some ganja hits going on for you right there.
This one's for you, Wade.
Rock and roll.
And thank you for taking part in creating the Harlequin and that CBD revolution, and also the whole story of grounding your plants. It's still something we talk about nowadays as far as cultivation and bringing a little bit more consciousness or a little bit more resonant farming. You're farming frequencies when you're grounding your bed, and that's cool that you're doing that. And I would love to hear more stories about people that put a copper wire or figure out ways to ground their beds indoors, to give that rhizosphere, that earth. It's like an earth umbilical cord. So yeah, and you did that a long time ago, and it's I feel still relevant and interesting as well.
So I actually have a set of sheets that are grounding sheets. So they have copper basically thin as thread through them, and then you actually put it into the ground wire on your outlet. Those are pretty incredible and a great way to accomplish that without having to get too creative.
Yep, grounding sheets for sure. I can't remember the name of the guy. There's an old guy one day that was like, I just grounded my bed like right out to the ground outside. And he was just I can't remember if it was scans or what type of scans they were doing, but the noticeable reduction of inflammation was so insane. We have them on our bed as well. True story.
Wade,
Yeah.
Our paths haven't crossed before this moment, so I really appreciate getting to meet you, and the fact of you like sharing what you're going through and everything it's incredibly powerful. And I'm so sorry to hear the pain that you are in. It's seeing everybody like in chat and everything, like the love that they're sending you is incredible. I mean, this is my first experience ever being on Hash Church, and the love that I felt, again, incredible. I mean, the space to be yourself, be vulnerable, and just be honest with what you're going through. Like, I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry, and I know words don't help, they don't take anything away or anything, but I appreciate you sharing. And I just hope that they say like shared joy is double joy and shared sorrow is half sorrow, So our hearts are with you, man.
Yeah. Nice.
I did want to take a moment also, though, just to say goodbye. I do have to hop off. I've got a little one's birthday to prep for. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for the conversation, for allowing me to come on and share openly, and just for the environment in general. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing so much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really.
Thank you for
Thank you.
sharing. If you
Thank you for
have
your honesty.
questions that I could answer, as far as like, since you were very interested in the iboga and different things, I've done a lot of different treatments, and I could maybe help guide you down, what path to potentially look at.
I would love just to hear more like what led you to it or how you found out about it, the research you did looking into it and stuff. So, are you like on Instagram? Is there some way I could reach you?
I'm going to link you guys up. In fact,
Thank
anyone
you.
that is ever on Hash Church, you all have each other's emails by the group email. But if you also just want to reach out to me privately and say, "Hey, I need to link up with Brian or Jen or Wade," or I've introduced Wade to many people over the years and Dr. Mark and other people. It's just when people reach out, I want to connect everyone. It's the most important part, really. So I will definitely get both Emily and Jenn Doe in touch with one another.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you, Marcus.
Much love, Marcus. Thanks for having us on again.
Yeah, dude, thanks
Awesome.
for coming on. Happy birthday to the little one. And thank you, Emily, as well, for coming on and being vulnerable and sharing with us. And that was really cool.
You never know who it helps, so I'm grateful to have the platform to do so. Thanks,
You
man.
never know who it helped, but I can promise you it did help.
Mhm.
Much love, man.
Absolutely. Great idea for a show, Caitlyn.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's a really important topic to me. I actually have a story I'd like to share that I would be curious to hear your guys' thoughts on.
Yeah, please.
So my experience of discovering cannabis for me was an eye-opening experience. Myself and my family, there's a lot of neurodivergence. There's a lot of diagnoses. I was the quiet one that kind of got overlooked because all of my challenges were inside. I was afraid of life as a young kid, and then around 15, 16, finally made some friends and found cannabis and got to explore cannabis. And the change in that for me in myself was phenomenal because for me, I have a hard time filtering stimuli. I have a hard time filtering what's important. What of the thousand sounds around me are the ones I need to be listening to? What of all of the things moving around me are the ones that I need to be looking at? And that made it life really overwhelming, and it made it really hard to connect with people, and it made it really hard to make friends, on and on and on. So then I discovered cannabis, and it quieted all of that down. And I could meet myself, and I could hear my thoughts, and I could connect with the people around me, and it gave me a tool through which my scared self could reach out to people, because I grew up in a community where a lot of people consumed cannabis. We actually would drive around and find people and be like, "Hey man, I don't know you. You want to go smoke a joint?" And we could go and smoke a joint and connect with people in a way that I was never able to prior to consuming cannabis. I then took the chance and smoked cannabis by myself. And again, all that noise just went away and let me learn
Nice.
who I was and learn what I liked and learn what my experience in the world actually was going to be, rather than just this overwhelmed and this scaredness. But I never really had an opportunity to understand the function of that, or where sort of that came from. It's still something that I use now. I still get overwhelmed by life, and I can have a dab or I can have a little puff, and it quiets all that down, and I can focus on myself and the things that I need to do. But I still also have the opposite experience where sometimes a little bit too much cannabis and I'm too anxious and I can't think straight and I'm buzzy all over and I can't quite navigate who I am and where I need to go. So it's a really fine line. But I just would be really curious to hear your guys' thoughts and feedback on if anybody else experiences sort of a similar thing.
I definitely experienced that. I've always accredited it to attention deficit disorder. Very loud, very, very loud. So even when you're speaking to people or listening to people speak, you're hearing everything in the background. It's like this constant chatter. And I think I've experienced the same. Like cannabis would bring me a little bit more into focus. It would bring that chatter down a little bit. And also same, like too much, and it could give me very severe anxiety. So yeah, finding that balance. But so you said you have a lot of like neurodivergence in your family and whatnot. Have you ever looked into like attention deficit to see if that's what you're contending with? Because that's what it sounds like.
I think it's quite likely I'm one of four kids. My three siblings have all been diagnosed with ADHD. But like I said, it was the quiet one in the back that didn't cause any problems. So I never really got looked at. Now that I evaluate like ADHD against myself, I feel like it's blaringly obvious. Potentially amongst other diagnoses to go with it, but I haven't had the opportunity to fully discuss that with a doctor. I live in a community where family doctors aren't accessible. I don't have the availability to go and see a doctor in person. If I want to see a doctor, it's a 10-minute digital on an app, quick questions in and out the door. I don't have the opportunity to explore who I am with a medical professional. So it's kind of a challenging place to be. I saw a meme recently that said, is there value in getting that diagnosis as an adult? And the response was, yeah, because it'd be great to know that I'm a regular zebra and not just a strange horse. And I thought that was really, really valuable.
Yeah. A lot of what I've contended with, and I'm also contending with this with my daughter now, is that it's very dependent on the doctor. So females typically don't present with the H, right? The H stands for hyperactivity. So that being very quiet and very reserved, that's actually a very strong characteristic of ADD in females. But even going through the medical system, it's been incredibly hard because here's what happened. So when they started diagnosing this, right, they were basically taking children that were just bored and in school and not able to sit still. Like that's a normal child trait, right? And they get very hyperactive. We also have our own personalities. So when these kids are, acting out or whatnot, a lot of parents and a lot of doctors were misdiagnosing these children with ADHD. Rather than just evaluating that we're putting these kids in a classroom setting where the stimuli is either overwhelming or very underwhelming, and we're expecting them to be able to sit there like little soldiers and just do it, right? So because of all that misdiagnosis in the beginning, it's actually been very challenging for me to even find doctors that are willing to discuss it with me. And with my daughter, same thing. So since she doesn't represent with the hyperactive part of it, it does go unlooked at. And a lot of times they will misdiagnose it, or there will be additional diagnosis. Like you said, there's definitely some other things. But like right now, I'm having a hard time getting a diagnosis for my daughter for ADD, even though they said she fits all of the criteria. But now they're like, but we want to wait to start looking at a treatment for another month or two because depression and PTSD can also have overlapping symptoms. So part of the issue I've had my whole life was not being able to get that diagnosis. And then when I did, having a steady medical system that, once we found something that helped, like the next doctor would be like, no, we're not going to do that. Like, and so now I'm experiencing this with my daughter to where they're like, well, it could be depression or PTSD. And I'm like, or it could be ADD. Like I contend with all of those as well. So I have a little more understanding than most. But yeah, like if I was you, I would go on and just do a lot of different research. Nowadays, there's some really great online assistance and people that do have ADD that'll like share their experiences, share different things. And like you said, now I feel like a normal zebra, not a weird horse. So just that in itself can be helpful. Going the doctor route isn't always beneficial because, like I said, they have such opposing opinions on it that even when the information to guarantee that diagnosis is correct, they're still like, well, let's put you on Prozac instead. And it's like, can we address the issue that I'm saying is an issue? So they'll kind of take you through the ringer. It's very, very doctor dependent.
Well, it's like, think of it this way too. In 50 years, everything they're saying now will have figured out to be completely wrong. I often wonder if the diagnosis itself is like a box that they're trying to put people into, rather than like talking about it in a different language. And I don't know exactly what I mean by that, but just this sort of harshness of, I mean, listen, I grew up a little earlier than this, but I can tell you, I would have been all of these things. They would have diagnosed me with every motherfucking one of these things. Now, the other thing, and this is a super controversial concept, is this like something that we were born with, or is it injected to us in one of 78 childhood vaccines that we get before the ages of 7 years old? Because, and I'm not an anti-vaccine person. I would fight for anyone's right to get a vaccine, and I would also fight for anyone's right to question whether or not they wanted to get a vaccine, rather than to have to take it blindly. And so I just wonder, like, what kind of effect on the human body and psyche, emotional body, does getting that exposure to, and nowadays, holy smokes, it's not just that, it's also in the food. There's so many toxins in the food. How are we being affected by these things? Because and has there been an increase? It seems like there's like an increase in some of these things, ADHD and ADD and autism, and or being on the spectrum, I guess. I kind of like the language of being on the spectrum a little bit more. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I kind of like the idea of a sort of slider. We all kind of fit in there. I started the show literally saying we are all mentally ill in our own way, large or small. We all suffer from mental health issues. And to think that there's a portion of us that are normal and then another portion that's like they're not, that's just not my belief at all. I am of the firm belief that we all have our mental health issues. And it's not just the issues that we have, it's also how you react to those issues. Like, are you super sensitive to them to the point where you hyper react, or are you kind of like can take it or leave it, so you have it, it's there, but it doesn't really rule your life? Which it sounds like to me, Jenn, that you were at a point where these chemicals were being produced, whether you wanted them to be or not. You managed to find something through your own journey to rewire that, and now you don't have that. On the flip side of that, Emily earlier was talking about something very interesting, and I don't know if it went overlooked or not, but she was talking about when she was anxious from cannabis, it was an anxiousness she could deal with. It was an anxiousness that she could sit with. When she wasn't anxious from cannabis, i.e., she wasn't using cannabis and her, whatever her diagnosis was affecting her and creating these anxieties, it just seemed like, wow. So when it's kind of reminds me of Terence McKenna saying, for all of these guys that want to get to the psychedelic state with their breath through meditation, I personally like to know that I've taken a drug when I enter these states. So, Emily was kind of suggesting that if she sometimes smoking cannabis would create anxiety in her, but it was a different anxiety than her diagnosis, her bipolar schizo. I can't remember what her second half of her diagnosis was. It wasn't schizophrenic, it was schizo something. So
Effective.
Schizoaffective, right. So that is interesting to me that she understands the difference between both of those anxieties. The one that comes from her diagnosis is probably super intense. And the one she was getting from cannabis, she was kind of able to like ride out and deal with and understood that that's where it came from. Maybe it makes it less scary. Just some thoughts I had on the conversation today.
Yeah, I think when it's self-induced, you're kind of expecting it. Like I've been secretly dosed with LSD before and had somebody not tell
Oh,
me. And so
that's
not
fucked up.
understanding what is going on versus dosing myself and knowing like, okay, I created this. Very different. I mean, on one end, you think you're going absolutely crazy. You don't know what's going on. You go into this internal panic because there's no answer for it. And I'm sure that
That's me.
yeah, so that can relate similarly to like mental health disorders, to where your own mind is taking you into these places and you don't understand it, and that's very scary.
That is in breach of Timothy Leary's one of Timothy Leary's two psychedelic commandments, which is thou shalt
Mhm.
never ever dose someone without their knowledge.
Yeah.
That
Right.
is not cool. Holy shit, Jen, you've been through some shit. Like just saying that so nonchalantly. She's like, yeah, like just this one time someone gave me LSD and I didn't know. It's like, oh my God, like let's unpack that for a second. Holy shit. That's fucked up. Whoever that person is, shame on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. I had something else to say and I totally lost my thought. Marcus, going back to kind of what you said about like vaccines potentially creating a lot of things. I do agree with that. The other thing that, and I've really had to kind of like be very, very like intentional with my words when trying to, especially talk to my daughter about ADD, right? So, as we're talking about things, it's like, oh, is this how a normal person feels? And then it kind of stopped me in my tracks. And I was like, okay, but what do we consider normal? Like, if we actually start breaking down percentages, okay? So, yes, whether it's vaccines, whether it's, all the shit that is creating these, the fact is that these percentages have risen. So how many of us are actually like saying, oh, it's not normal, but the percentages are getting pretty close. So really, it's not that it's not normal. It's that it's a different way that we're built, so we approach things differently. Very often, the people that have ADD and the way that our brain actually operates, we tend to be the most creative. We tend to be the most artistic. We tend to be the most entrepreneurs, right? Willing to step out of our box and do these different things. Whereas this normal brain, like they are more structured and go by society quite often, not always, obviously. But like the amount of even artists, like look at how many artists and musicians and scientists. Look at who's the guy that invented Apple or whatever, Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs very much so had ADD.
Or look at everyone on this panel.
Look at, yeah. So we're being told that it's not normal.
I got it.
And even in ourselves, we're referring to this as like normal people. And so as I said that to my daughter at one point, I stopped and I was like, let me reverse that. We're normal too. Like we're normal in this category. Like this category, there's a normal for this category. But the way that our brains function, we're very normal within that category. But being able to identify that and then not compare ourselves to this society norm, which where did that come from? Is that to stifle the creativity? Is that to stop us from stepping out of that box to be able to create and innovate and inspire? And like the way my brain works, like I don't just get one idea. When I have an idea, all of a sudden there's sunbursts, right? So I see every single avenue possible at the same time that story plays out. And because of that, I'm able to figure things out quite quickly because I've already looked at all of the examples, all of the directions, all of the possibilities. And because of my ability to think like that, I can then be like, that one has the best outcome. And then I can do.
Let's ask a question now.
Yeah.
Does cannabis use allow you to avoid propaganda?
I would say partially, yes.
I would for sure say yes. I always said it as herb can definitely help you cut through the bullshit. You can definitely your bullshit detector when you start like honestly, just even the mainstream media when I was younger and I started using cannabis heavily, the way and also psilocybin, it also helped me change the way I looked at the world. And it's too bad that we're looking at this, like just people who think differently, but it has to be sort of projected to children, consciously or subconsciously, that it's kind of like you're special, you're this, you're that. It's like, no, we're all just different. There's literally 8 billion of us. We're all different. There's like probably tens of thousands of different personalities or hundreds of millions for that matter. And we just try to so desperately categorize one another. We create a lens in which we perceive these issues in a way that I feel just could be better for all around everything, for better to make people feel better about themselves, better to looking at it differently, like looking at it as a minus, instead of a plus, or even instead of just being neutral and like, look, we're all different. We all think differently. That's why we're all on this planet together. We all have different emotional bodies. We all take things very differently. And sure, you can categorize us into categories and subcategories, but for the most part, we're all very unique. And I just wonder if I'm not a big fan of psychiatric medicine. I will be honest.
Yeah, me neither.
I have a deep appreciation. Listen, Dr. Allen, what you did, holding people's hearts in your hand and saving their lives, that's like if I ripped my arm off today, I promise you, I would be at a trauma hospital in no time. And I would put 100% faith that they were going to at least try to get my arm back on, and they very well would probably get it back on. So that is amazing. I bow to that and I say, holy smokes, Western medicine is amazing. There's a whole other aspect of it that I'm not a big fan of. I see more as a business agenda. I see it more as like accounting. I would also state that when Jenn was talking earlier, here's my ADHD going, because I just remembered this about the schools, about classrooms and stuff. You know, for all we know, when I think it was John D. Rockefeller who started the school system, right? He was the one that said we want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. And then he developed this type of schooling. Is it too far to go out on a ledge? Do I become a conspiracy person if I suggest that that motherfucker probably knew exactly what he was doing when he designed that style of education and school? And how many little boys and girls started getting diagnosed with these things into that education system that was probably, when you're,
Yeah.
I think it was the woman who started contemporary ballet, and I wish I knew her name. Maybe someone on the panel does. She was absolutely bonkers in school. She was like they couldn't deal with her. She was just off the chain, and she kept talking to people. And I believe she was like maybe in the 40s or the 50s. It could have been the 60s or the 70s. I don't remember exactly. But she was diagnosed with this, that, and the other thing. And then one lady, a woman came in and she saw her and they were like, we don't know what the problem is. And she said, well, I know what the problem is. You have a ballerina. That's a ballerina. And they were just like, what is this lady talking about? And she was able to express herself much the same way Temple Grandin was able to express herself and become the borderline genius she became with that whole helping the cows who were walking to slaughter, the machine that hugs the cows, like Temple Grandin. Read about her and her autism and what it did in regards to the way we slaughter animals for consumption on this planet. Because A, I don't like that industry or the support of it, but those animals were literally being tortured as they walked to their death. And because of this autistic woman designing a system that changed the angle, created a better ground for their hoofs, the whole 9 yards, she just got into the cows' heads. And now when they walk to their deaths, they don't have the same level of anxiety.
Oh,
They're not pumping adrenaline
Yeah.
what a
into their,
story.
yeah. And it also speaks to what happens to a human being when they consume a diet of tortured flesh, of adrenaline. So, and this is not a
Yeah.
judgment on meat eating in any way, shape, or form. I would fight for anyone's right to eat meat if that's what they wanted to do. I'm talking about a system that tortures animals into death, and then you consume that flesh. What is that doing to our amygdala? What is that doing with these chemicals of anxiety and crazy thoughts that we all have? Just more thoughts I'm having here today on the mental health episode.
Absolutely. I had a friend that was a hunter that said that he couldn't eat the elk if it was startled, because it would create all these different hormones that would then go into the meat and it would make the meat taste extra gamey, something like that.
Ooh, I've
Yeah,
heard that as well.
yeah. Um, and then to add to the classroom, so one thing that I've also caught myself saying, right, and listening to other people say, we like to say the system is broken, whether it's the government, whether it's the schooling, whether it's the healthcare, whether it's how they're training us on food. It's not broken. It's functioning exactly how
Yeah.
they planned it to function. It's not broken. It is highly functioning and very effective. But they want us to think, oh, it's broken because that's like, look over here. We didn't do that. That's not intentional. It was built this way. Like it was built this way, and then they're gaslighting the fuck out of us and being
Yeah.
like, "Oh, gee, it's not working," and it's like it's fucking working. Look at where the money is. Look at where the creative people get put in these little boxes, and we get stuffed down because they don't want to hear it. So yeah, like it was designed that way. Absolutely, like the whole system, even marriage. Like marriage is a system that they're like it's broken. No, it's designed to pay the courts to get married, pay the courts to get divorced. Then you have all these other things. If you have kids, you now have to have a parenting class. Like all this money is fueling this system. cancer. Like the medical system's not broken. Like they created this way, which is why it's a multi-billion-dollar industry that doesn't cure people and shuts any of us that have these other ideas down. Like the system's not broken. It is designed by people that know exactly what they're doing.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And Marcus, you're not a conspiracy theorist, but you're a pattern recognizer.
Oh, I resemble that remark.
A coincidence recognizer as well, and a coincidence specialist, even.
Absolutely. I love the coincidence.
That also comes with ADD, is being able to recognize those patterns a lot faster. So like everything that, you know, we're told this is like making our lives very challenging. It's not. Like being able to recognize those patterns makes us a little more empathetic, makes us more hyper vigilant on certain things. But also we can spot the bullshit a lot faster.
Yeah.
You know, really quickly, I feel like definitely plant medicine has opened up my mind massively. I feel like it has softened my amygdala, or maybe it went at it with a little ice pick. But truly, what I feel like changed me, which I think is worth talking about, because I work with a lot of individuals with severe concussions. But as a 7-year-old, I was in an incredible car accident that split my head wide open. And I was cross-eyed for 8 months, and I was blind for a couple of weeks. And they thought that I would be permanently blind because of that accident. But I do remember feeling, thinking, everything being completely different from the moment before the accident and then the moment after the accident. And we talk about the brain and the amygdala and how to heal it, and a lot of PTSD and a lot of trauma that we experience. And I do believe that we are heavy-headed in a place that, you know, has gravity. And that's just worth also, you know, talking about. So I feel like I did have an awakening at 7 to where everything was questioned. I was just like, wait a minute, you know, and this is nothing to do with religion or Christianity or anything. This is a child brain of a 7-year-old being very heavily indoctrinated as an Italian Catholic. I just remember thinking after it, wait a minute. Now, if God only had one son, why didn't he have a daughter? Just that's it. Just super basic. Mm-hmm. And the super basic thoughts were able to like crack into the matrix.
Wow, and what a question. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. And it can change every way that you look, by whether it's ADHD, whether it's a brain injury, whether it's the way that we're reprogramming our brain from pharmaceuticals, or that we're getting off drugs, or I could go on and on, or how we're healing ourselves from PTSD, or how we're healing ourselves from, I really believe, incredible oversensory. That's another thing that we really haven't mentioned, but we are in an incredible culture of oversensory everything.
Overstimulation, yeah.
ADHD, all of these things. Again, is it the person, or is it the environment of the fishbowl that I talked about earlier? You know, if you take an ADHD person and you put them out, you know, outside of my house for several hours, and I go bring them food, everything is going to chill right the fuck out, because it's not the oversensory that's happening. And I know that I have to come home to that as well, but I just felt like those were important points in talking about mental health and wellness. And yet again, how cannabis continues to heal those things.
Absolutely. And
Marcus,
like with my daughter.
I'm sorry.
No,
this
go ahead.
could be the most impactful video that you've ever shot.
It's a lot of people are saying that in the chat room right now. They're enjoying the conversation for certain. You can go ahead, Jen.
Oh, Oh, the other thing that I've noticed is as opposed to looking at this as a bad thing or trying to stop it, like with my daughter, I've been trying to help her understand how to actually use that to her benefit, you know? Yeah, I can put her out in your backyard and be very calm and peaceful, but she still would have that chatter. I would still have that chatter, but learning how to actually use that as opposed to be overwhelmed with all of these other things that I'm told, like, you pay attention to these, you know. So like nature is very healing because yes, we are eliminating a lot of that outside overstimulating influence. But I think one of the keys to helping people learn how to really use this type of brain to your advantage is almost going through these exercises to not say this is wrong, like I need to stop this. It's more of like, wow, this can actually be very useful. Now how do I harness this little superpower of mine and be able to use it in a way that I feel like naturally we would if we weren't being told by all this outside perspective that it's wrong, you can't do that, it's wrong, you can't do that, it's wrong, you can't do that, you know. So
Right.
being bombarded by that, like, it can be an absolute superpower. Like taking it back to so the accident that I was in 10 whatever years ago, if my brain did not function the way that it does and I wasn't able to see every single itty bitty detail, I would have died. Like that was such a critical moment for the way that my brain functions to actually save my life, you know, because time was very short. So I had to have that spur of the moment. Oftentimes, people that have this type of brain were very calm in these very overwhelming circumstances. Like it almost brings certain types of people like to this calm and very centered and like, okay, we're in a crisis, this is what we're going to do. Since my brain has already thought of all 500 variables, this one is best, we're going to employ this, we're going to do that. So like these high stress moments actually like bring us back into ourselves and allow us to operate through those a lot more effectively. So yeah, I think, you know, we focus on like the negatives of it so much, even just internally I would, but learning how to like harness that and really like use it for everything that it is, I think is also going to be key to like not necessarily like treatment, but like acceptance, and not necessarily leaning so heavy into I need treatment, you know. There are times that like I need to take an Adderall, like I way out there, and it just sort of brings me back in to less. So it never makes it go away, but instead of 500 options, I'm now experiencing 5 to 10 options at once, you know. But even that is so less stimulating to me that very helpful. But yeah, I think an understanding and just learning how to work with it is going to be way more effective than any medication we could ever put out there. This world just isn't very accepting of this brain type, because we're dangerous. Like we question the norms. We push for things that we believe in. We see things that people don't see. Those patterns, you know. So yeah, that's what I have on that.
It's the folks that are being labeled as neurodivergent and different and like these unique brains that you're talking about. These are the folks that are going to be the next realm of changing the world. You know, I think the regular folks,
FLPs.
people are scared about that. But the time is coming. We're not different. We're just a different phenotype, and that's okay.
Exactly. We're normal.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Is this how normal people feel? And I'm like, well, I'm perfectly normal for what I am. So yeah, I guess.
Probably hybrids.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Thank you, Jenn. Wonderful, wonderful statements.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody's human and you can't put a name on it. And just because you call it ADHD or whatever, that's just for billing purposes. That doesn't mean that's who you are. And the people that have this agitation and have this ability to have multiple thoughts, those are the people that can control their amygdala, and the people that are too compliant can't.
You know, I've sat and experienced thousands of births, been just so blessed all around the world. And no matter where you go, there's always like a standard of how like somebody is supposed to birth. And really, the more that you see a birth, the more that you realize that if you put a rule on any individual woman and how she births, or you put a standard on any individual baby on how the baby needs to come into the world, it just gets to be super tricky. And I just feel like when we're able to lift that and see each individual birth, each individual woman as a gem, not as just a regular patient, not as just a customer, not as just pick a number, get in line, somebody that we're going to put into the DSMR. What it is it's just seeing this person as a total individual. And when we do that, we realize that that person is perfect as their own individual. And then that person also has that ability to feel perfect in your presence as a caretaker, because they are their own perfect authenticity. So everything is balanced, everything is perfect. And I always say, even if it was the craziest birth I've ever experienced, or it was one that was just like, a breath of little air and all of a sudden the baby came out, each one is perfect for exactly how it needs to be and how we need to be. And if we compare it to that happened last week, or we compared it to the birth that we need to have in the standards, then all of a sudden that person feels inadequate and unbalanced, and that it's the baby's fault, or it's the mother's fault, or you're on a timing thing, and I'm just always able to relate birth to life because it's just natural for me. So I just feel like we're all individuals, and when we see that and we mirror that in each other, then we are able to actually feel that.
Absolutely. So to add to that, now we carry that through our entire lives, and everything you're saying right now also relates to death, right? And how we're dying and how you're supposed to die or whatnot. But exactly what you're saying, like we carry that clear through our lives, clear up into our deathbed, so you're like a birth doula, I'm a death doula, but we're both you're contending with the beginning of that where I'm seeing the end of that, and how that's carried through in their lives and how that actually does affect their ability to experience death. They say,
which is also interesting. Both of the mysteries, the great mysteries, come into the hospital. Both of these things are emergencies. Your death is an emergency. Your birth is an emergency. All these things, and it's fine if you feel more comfortable in that environment, and it's beautiful. Choices are all there. It's wonderful, but just to be able to and something else. I'm sorry, Jen, I cut you off. I'm going.
No, it's fine.
Wonderful conversation.
Just light Sunday afternoon conversation here at Hash Church. We're just we haven't heard from Brian. How are you doing, Brian? You got anything to say about today's convo? I've seen you shaking your head and giving agreements.
No, yeah, I'm actually loving what I'm hearing and very thankful to be in the audience myself and part of the group here to, I guess just learn and see what other people are coming from. I think it's one of the most important and the best things that we could actually talk about. And I myself kind of like on this train of thought, like into my own life, where I have reframed even it, like the idea as much of the wordplay with it being trauma disorder, or as a disorder for mental disorder and mental illness. I see mental health as just like health of any sort. It's one of the factors and it's huge. So I kind of term it as like mental complex, where it's a complex life. It seems to be a lot of complex, more and more stimuli. So I think just a simple reframing has even helped myself to actually have it, thought of and discourse of it to be mentally complex and, not as much of a disorder. I'm not disorderly for one, So that was some, food for thought and just another helpful thing. Like cannabis there's stories with it, but it's actually been my best friend in my family and like saved my own life, in terms of the medicine being in the process. So I found that there's the direct acute, symptomatic scratching of the itch or whatnot, or other even serious, acute symptoms that can be checked through the medicine itself in taking it. But I also find just the huge benefit through life of the process of healthy plant needs, healthy air, the right fraction of air to healthy, clean water to the right mineral content in the soil. That's like our food web. So if we can almost kind of learn by the planner I have and its help to structure my life that's in healthy accordance, even learning actually so much from the ancient plant where it ties into cannabis and just a huge benefit from the process, and it's not start to finish, it just keeps going. So constant learning in there and just reframing, listening to everyone and throwing it out there as far as I think starting from the beginning and rephrasing, at least for myself, from away from a disorder into complex seems to help a lot to, I don't know about understand it, but actually kind of reframe the whole idea where, and not have as much blame for the system. And it kind of puts it back to me and how I can look at it.
So. Totally. I love your perspective, man. Thanks
Nice.
for sharing.
Thanks for letting me share it.
Of course, absolutely. Well, we got 29 minutes left, so let's.
I think where the discussion often turns today around mental health, and you think about, all the problems that are in society today, especially when it comes to, mental health's impact on violence. And there's a lot of violence in the world today. And you just think that, man, if more people smoked weed, there'd just be less violence, right? There'd be less people wanting to kill each other. There'd just be more happiness in the world. Maybe not happiness is the right word, maybe just being content, but there's a lot of uncertainty in people's lives. And I think sometimes that provides challenges that, makes them resort to violent behavior,
Yeah.
And it's just, you just like to think, David, I think we're all on the same page that, man, if there were just more people picking up a joint rather than a glass of alcohol, there'd be a lot less violence in the world, right?
Cannabis should be allowed in hospitals and in prisons.
Well, I can speak to that for my old buddy, good friend, mentor, Ron Hickey, who I grew up with in Winnipeg as one of my first cannabis mentors. And he did 11 years in a federal penitentiary with some very, very scary individuals. And when he left the prison, because he kind of became, I can't remember what the name was, but he was kind of like the principal. Like when people had problems with one another, they kind of go to him and he would mediate and figure it out.
Shot caller.
Yeah, well, he wasn't really a shot caller. This is the Canadian prison system, so it's a little bit different. He wasn't like the boss or whatever, but he was definitely like he had herb. And he'd be like, "Hey, like let's just smoke a joint. We'll talk about it, guys." And that's what he was kind of doing with everyone. And when he finally got out, he told me, he said the guards were worried about him not being there anymore based on like so few stabbings, so few attacks, right? Because someone would be like, I'm gonna go stab so and so, and then he'd be like, no, let's just smoke a joint, and I'll invite them, and we'll talk, and we'll figure it out, and we'll make it right. Because yeah, it's getting stabbed in prison is pretty frightening when you think about it.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I think the longer you live in life, the more kind of characters that you meet. And I've met, just because I've been around so long, I've met a few, people that I would call psychotic, right? Like they just have like maybe psychotic tendencies in their behavior. Like if they don't get what they want out of like a Coke machine, they'd really bang the machine or something like that. Just things that you could tell that, man,
Savage.
it doesn't take much to set this person off, right? But how many times have you seen, like, in those types of personality types, as soon as they smoke and as soon as they get high, they mellow out, and like their rough edge, what would maybe set them off when they weren't high, now that they're high, it just doesn't bother them anymore. Or,
It makes them more rational.
right. And David, you were kind of talking about that just in terms of brain chemistry, what's going on in the brain. And there's almost like, kind of like, almost like an evolutionary trait around being able to reduce risk, whether it's a saber-toothed tiger going to eat you or something, or whether you're going to fall off a cliff. You don't realize that there's an edge of a cliff right there. I mean, there's certain thought processes that humans have evolved over the centuries, right, to deal with certain behaviors and certain situations. And it seems like, to me, at least in today's environment, with everybody on phones and all this disinformation, misinformation, people are just living in different realities. They're living in different, even though we're all part of the same reality, people are living in different realities because of that. And I know, we don't want to turn things political, but certainly in there's just a lot of things going on in the world today. I don't have to get into details. We all know what's going on in the world, but just it would be better, I think, maybe again, if people's stigmas around cannabis use, which have fallen over the years, right? Because now us younger generation that grew up, like I grew up in a non-weed smoking household, but my kids grew up in a weed smoking household. So it's just different for their generation. Their level of acceptance about, smoking cannabis is just different than, say, our generation when we grew up, under strict authority and, got in trouble if we got caught smoking. But yeah, I mean, just to tie it back to mental health, whenever there's gun shootings or school shootings or, shootings at a theater or a mall or something like that, there's always this, never ending discussion about gun control and gun rights, but they often tie it back to mental health, that we have a mental health problem in this country where people resort to gun violence and mass slaughter before they take themselves out, because I guess that's been glorified in the media that, oh, there's a school shooting, they talk about, the shooter, they talk about the victim, and I guess for that 15 minutes they get famous, whatever, before they either take their own life or end up in the prison system for the rest of eternity. But it would seem as though like that mental health struggle that often humans have because they can't deal with problems that are in their life and all that other stuff can really come down to almost an endocannabinoid deficiency, and something that phytocannabinoids can help address. So if there's more weed being smoked and more people are addressing endocannabinoid deficiencies, there'll be less school shootings and there'll be less violence. And maybe that's part of the solution in the mental health landscape today, but who knows?
Yes. I'm for forced marijuana medication.
Dr. David Allen, forced that's didn't Bill Hicks say, hey, it should be mandatory. Hey man, what's going on? You're taking life too seriously. Remember the Bill Hicks classic bit where the guy's honking on the horn, all aggressive, beep, 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 and he gets out of his car and he's like, hey man, come on, you're taking life too seriously. Gets him to smoke a joint. Pretty classic. Love Bill Hicks. Just good
Anyway.
comedy.
Well,
Good point,
we were
Mark.
talking SSRIs, and, I'm going to speak up for veterans here because, as a combat veteran, of course, they love to give us any and every medicine, usually in pill form. And of course, those SSRIs have, suicidal ideation. And that's
Yeah.
why we're dealing with, unprecedented suicide realities because, we're forced to do things most humans don't want to do. Plain and simple. Kill other human beings for other people's properties. And, a lot of us have to deal with the realities of what those were. Wade's a Vietnam era veteran. He was brought into it whether he wanted to or not, where my dumbass was a volunteer. And, I went in and I already had complex post-traumatic stress from child abuse and, just growing up in America as a small kid. And yeah, post-war, I mean, I'm not going to deny how absolutely messed up I was. And if it hadn't have been for cannabis calming me down, I wouldn't be here today because just the sheer amount of alcohol and access to alcohol, of course, is in case you don't know, people, there is what's on bases. You can buy alcohol tax free. There's an enlisted store and there's an officer's store. There's there's also bars that you can go into strictly for one or the other. And every time I mentioned just my cannabis use at the VA in the 90s, I was physically removed by security just for discussing what was working for me medically. Okay. And I'm talking Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Oakland, and San Francisco. So these aren't just your, fly by night VAs. This was just a reality. And the most fucked up thing was right after my DC, I got kicked out of DC. I'm walking out. I'm absolutely sullen beyond relief because I went in there to talk to them about Marinol. Because if I can't have cannabis, give me my fucking Marinol, right? Because I was trying it. I had actually traded with a Vietnam veteran who was getting Marinol. I traded him cannabis for his Marinol, and I found out it helped me a bit, but not as good as medical cannabis in the raw form in itself. And when I would just mention or talk to my doctor about it, I mean, you could literally watch them invisibly put their hands over their ears
Exactly.
and then immediately call security. Back then, I was diagnosed as a known drug user and an unrepentant because I willfully talked about it and openly and positively. So, fuck you, get the fuck out. So after physically being removed, I was in DC. I was living in DC at the time. I was working for, oddly enough, a hemp company importing hemp in the 90s. And as I'm walking around, literally tears in my eyes, I smell marijuana. I walk around the hospital and there is a guy sitting in his wheelchair smoking a joint. Behind him's an orderly just standing there letting him do his thing. And I'm
Man.
like, you can use pot here? He's like, guys got chemotherapy, man. And I just stood there literally with tears in my eyes, like, okay, so it's medically okay for him, but when I mention it, fuck me, get the fuck out. So, fortunately, my friend and I, Michael Krawitz, and others changed the VA system. So finally, after 32 years, I finally got my actual VA benefits for what I experienced and dealt with in combat. But I had to change the entire fucking VA system before that happened, ladies and gentlemen. So
Way to
that's
go,
the
ATN. Way to go. Way to go. Thank you.
Congratulations.
you shouldn't have to fucking do that, people. I shouldn't have to fight for everybody's else right and my right for something like that. I'm sorry.
But
I
that's why
appreciate it.
you're such a leader, ATN. You made it easier for everybody who's standing on your shoulders. Thank you
That's
so much
great.
for that.
What a
Thank you,
hero.
brother. You're our hero.
That story
I
reminds me of the thing on the movie Idiocracy, where the guy's standing in front of the idiot doctor and he finds out something wrong with him and he pushes the button to alert the whole world to come arrest his patient.
Yeah, yeah. And so now the VA system has changed, but unfortunately, if I mention my cannabis use, I'm what's now I fall under the cannabis use disorder, right? Which is the new catch-all phrase for everything in cannabis, which fortunately Nurse Neek and others are working on separating medical efficacy from this cannabis use disorder, which has become an unfortunate catch-all because even though we changed the system. The same system now just changed the verbiage from known drug user to cannabis use disorder with the same predictable elements that, they threaten, and some patients are threatened that if you use cannabis, you can't get your VA medicine. Well, that's not true. They actually changed that, and people can fight that. And if you actually speak to your patient representative, since 2011 2010, there's actually a documentation on the form in the VA specifically for when you discuss cannabis use with your doctor, so it's annotated because the
Oh,
VAC
wow.
we actually did a FOIA request to get that information from the VA and found that the VA still uses the word marijuana with an H, marijuana with a J, and cannabis. So you have to file under all three names because depending on what state, Michigan still uses the H, by the way, in marijuana. So that's the reality of the redundancy and even of the
Yeah.
problem of nomenclature currently is that even your government can't separate cannabis properly from state to state because they're still using, the outlawed colloquialism marijuana
Yeah.
misspelled even in various states. So it's a problem that this is why we're still activist people, is because what's happening to us is happening to others. And if we can become empowered and actually change things, you can change things. Look at what
Yeah.
we've done by actively plugging in, talking to the right people. We changed the VA system forever so
Yeah.
that opportunity to discuss it with cannabis. They can't prescribe it yet, but currently, right now, we're working behind the scenes on that. Wade and I and others. That's what we're doing on Mondays and Wednesdays each week. Is we're working on the bigger picture behind the scenes so that reality changes for people because the VA is a small encapsulation of society, and as a unique piece in society, we represent society as a whole. And so, therefore, you are going to benefit from what we're doing. So just pay
I,
attention from time to time. But
I
we're
had the
doing
same experience at a VA hospital in Sacramento, and I was just got out of prison, and I was real depressed, and I was smoking a little pot, and I went to the VA emergency room, and I was asking them if I could get a refill on a prescription for Prozac, and the doctor asked me if I smoked marijuana, and he put me in for an overnight stay at the mental hospital
Oh
against my
my God.
will because I was asking for a Prozac refill, and instead of that, he punished me and put me in overnight at the psych ward, and they let me go the next day.
Jesus
that's
Christ.
fucked up. That's just in indoctrination at that level that is manipulative and shameful.
Well, it's also
Dude.
intimidation, right? It's intimidation because the more stories that we hear like that, the less people want to speak up. We know there's punishment involved. Etienne, you know that there's punishment that you've went through because of all of the steps that you're taking to try and correct it. It's punishment. And it's designed that way. Like they are doing this because that's how they keep us compliant.
Even
And
in
they put something on my record that followed me for years after that. I would go to the emergency room and have to spend the whole night in the emergency room before somebody would see me.
Mm-hmm.
That's
pretty
facts.
shitty.
They
Yep,
labeled me.
that's how they're still trying to keep us quiet. How many people are willing to go through that? I still lie to the doctors about my cannabis use because I know the second that I don't, all of a sudden the rules change.
That's important. People should understand what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
If
That's
you
very
admit
important
if you
because you
admit
can
that
be denied your medication and your health and your mental health and your psychiatry. A lot of people have felt that even on this call. I'm looking at people here who have been fucked with and even told you can't have your mental meds by your psychiatrist if you're going to use cannabis because I don't understand what's going to happen. So therefore, fuck you. You can't have it.
Never tell your doctor that you use cannabis because it will always be used against you and will never help you because cannabis use has no effect on any drug. Now they say that cannabis use affects the cytochrome P450 in the liver and it changes metabolism of other drugs. But the truth is, no other drug locks onto the CB1 receptor because it doesn't have the configuration. So cannabis use has minimal or no effect on any pharmaceuticals, and never tell your doctor that you're using it. That's my recommendation.
That's my recommendation as well. And it's a sad truth because that's what is also keeping us from being able to progress. But again, if we look at the system and how they're trying to continue to oppress us, like they don't want us to progress. So it's like a catch-22, right? So we either tell them about it to try and have some sort of, steps in what we consider the correct direction. But the second we tell them about it, we're then punished for it. So yeah, they have us really kind of between a rock and a hard place on that. But for self-preservation,
that's funny because my doctor wants to know what my secret is.
Right?
I feel like it's a little bit less so in Canada. Like you can talk to your doctor about cannabis, like you can get a license to grow cannabis. It's kind of they're not all super pro cannabis here by any means, but there's a mechanism that patients can access that they can't really block. And if they do block it, they have to do it in a way that leaves a footprint. And so there's all these cannabis activist lawyers who are willing to anyone that's creating a blockage, which, would be kind of against our Charter of Rights or whatever, because it is now federal law, like legally allowed. I maybe other people from Canada on the panel might feel differently, but I don't really feel if go ahead.
We would not see the change in America if we did not actually take the information to our doctors and educate them that we have. There were
We
very
had to
few
too.
brave doctors like Dr. Mikaria, Dr. Lucido, Dr. Allen. These are a handful. The rest we had to educate. The rest we had to bring information to. The rest we had to challenge. Now, because of that, right? This is what's a reality.
Right.
Okay. It's now specifically an opportunity to go beyond the discussion. So it is legal to actually be a cannabis nurse in America. Here's your actual guidebook. You can actually go get this right now and become a specialist in cannabis nursing now. That was not a reality if activists hadn't said, fuck you, we're not going to take this, we're going to hide and run away. We can't. We have to step up and we have to challenge the system. I understand the fear you feel, Dr. Allen, and I have felt that, and many other patients do. And if you have the power to do so, do so. Not everybody has that ability, and I was very fortunate to use my white privilege to do so. And I will continue to do so so that other people who are marginalized can have that opportunity. Because if we don't speak up and challenge the system, we wouldn't have this today. We wouldn't have the opportunities for research that are coming. These patents that Dr. Scialdone and others can now have because we sat back and hid. We can't hide anymore. We have to come out. We've challenged the system. The system is changing. We can't stop now. Get off your asses, put in the work, find a local organization in your own state or nationally, plug in, get involved. If you want to become that nurse, that doctor, there's now pathways and there's now accreditations from UC Berkeley and others for ongoing credits. If you go and do the research, it's there for you. It's not coming to you. You have to go find it.
The only issue I have with that nursing book is it looks a little too small.
Well, there's other books too that are thicker. That's the AANA one, and that's a start. But that's the first, right? Because it needs to be thicker and bigger. And where's the doctor's compendium, right? Where's the DSM-5 edition, adding to that? Okay. These are the realities that the doctors and nurses live by, and those are changing because Nurse Neek and others are writing these books and articles and changing the system. Otherwise, we're going to be status quo. So thankfully, there's those that are pushing the issue so that we can all benefit and we no longer have to talk about these problems.
There is a pathway that you can do yourself in some states. Not every state has this. And it's called the initiative process. And the initiative process is, so if you come up with a crazy law that you like and you send it to the Secretary of State and they approve the initiative, and then you get a bunch of people to sign the initiative. And if enough people sign the initiative, then it goes before a vote, and then the people in the state can vote for your crazy initiative. And so when I came to Mississippi, I learned about the initiative process, and I wrote Initiative 77. It failed, but it's a great initiative, and it's a template for other peoples to use. And the name of the initiative was the Real Legalization and Decriminalization of Cannabis and Hemp, and the legalization of medical and scientific study for cannabis. And if I had to write it again, I would add the two things: that cannabis can be used in hospitals and in prisons. And so you can copy this Initiative 77 and maybe use it in your state. And if you have semi-legal cannabis in your state, you can take it away from the carpetbaggers if you get enough people to sign an initiative that you write yourself. So that's
Yep,
my story.
that's one way to change the laws. Another is to plug in, find an organization, and depending on what your passion is, a lot of people are upset and feel disempowered because Trump's empowered. Well, we grew up with a lot of music and listening to The Clash and others, and this is the get up off your ass and get involved and get active time. There's no
Right.
time to sit around and bitch and complain about things. This is the time when you find like-minded people, you get active, you organize, and you change things. Otherwise, accept the reality that you get or substitute it for what you want to see.
Write your own initiative.
For those of you that don't know the term carpetbagger, because Dr. Allen uses it every once in a while, in the US, historically, a carpetbagger would be a person from the northern state who went down to the southern state after the Civil War to profit from the reconstruction of the southern state. It's so greasy. Oh boy.
Facts.
Classic.
It's a
Facts.
reality. I mean, that's why we grew up very poor and ignorant in the South. We're very much kept that way because, that they don't want you thinking for yourself. This is why they don't also like cannabis and psychedelics, because you think outside the box and start thinking for yourself, and you stop non-conforming and doing the things that they told you to do. And next
Yeah,
thing you know,
that's
you're organizing and doing the things they don't want you to do that are going to affect their dominant paradigm of reality, but you instead have reinserted your own. That's what our friends and our people have done, and why we have cannabis legal. Because 30 plus years ago, they were telling us it's never going to happen, quit it, stop it, and we didn't listen. So this is why we can't stop now. We don't have what we want. Dr. Allen's right. We don't have legalization anywhere in the United States. We have a hodgepodge of shit laws, and we have to fucking change things. And if y'all don't get off your asses and change it, we're just going to deal with these 10th Amendment realities, and you're going to sit around and complain. Stop complaining. Do something about it.
Well,
Ja
for
over evil. Go ahead, Jen.
for people like me that like I don't really know how to get involved with changing the laws, nor is that like my lane,
yeah.
so like but there are so many different ways to advocate and to share your opinion. So you just have to find the right lane. Like it takes hitting this from all different directions, you
Maybe
know.
be a lobbyist. Yeah, it's great.
Well, or just, tell people about cannabis on the daily, like, anything even small that contributes, is as long as you're able to put out good information and be educating people. You don't necessarily have to go directly for the laws. Sometimes that's not good. Sometimes you have a bunch of, you know, I don't want to call myself ignorant, but when it comes to the system, the legal systems, I am very ignorant to how they operate because I just don't like them, period. Like that's not where I thrive. So yeah, if you're intimidated by like the trying to change laws or speaking to your legislatures or all of these different things, if you're scared to talk to your doctor about your cannabis use, like there's so many other ways that we can insert activism. And I don't want people to feel like they're limited and they have to go out and do the law things, otherwise they're falling short. There are so many ways to be able to promote this, and all of it is just simple education.
Knowledge.
Well stated, Jen. Well stated.
Perfect.
Love it. Well, listen, guys, that was over 4 hours. I don't know if most of you know today, I accidentally started Hash Church at like 8:44. I think I went live. It just was like, boom. I didn't even realize I was live. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to watch the beginning because it was probably a little funny. But I wanted to thank Caitlyn for the idea, the concept of the show. I like the idea. I definitely think it's a show we should do more of, make sure in the year that we hit a couple more episodes of this particular subject. And yeah, just thanks for putting it out there, Caitlyn, and thanks for everyone who came and shared their personal stories from, Jen and Spartn and Emily and Wade and Caitlyn, and oh my goodness, everyone, all of you, thank you so much for coming and enjoying this morning with us. Thank you, all the people who have been watching out in the world. And I follow the chat room throughout the whole thing, and it's really it's fulfilling. It really makes me realize that there are people on the other side of this conversation right now. Obviously, I would get together with just the panel and have this conversation with you, and it would be of a value. But I love the idea that it's like, 5,000 other people will get exposed to it as well and kind of potentially be inspired by it. And, I'm sure I'll get emails and different pathways will present themselves. And, maybe we'll take that into account for the next show that we do here on mental health. Definitely a good subject. Everyone's dealing with it. I think more so than ever. After COVID, unless you're like 100 years old and you've been through a pandemic before, that was pretty heavy. You got one side who calls it a psyop. You got the other side that was just like, wow, that was just like how it happened and it was wild. Whatever side you fall on or the middle, it was a crazy experience that we all went through, and it definitely affected our mental health, being locked up for such a long period of time, not being allowed to kind of get out in the world. Here in Canada, it was crazy because you needed a special passport to show that you were vaccinated if you even wanted to go into a restaurant. So it was a real sort of heavy weight that fell upon people. There was a lot of division. People became very afraid to share their perspectives. Which I think is very much similar when it comes to politics and other particular conversations that we as humans have. It can go bad so fast. But we have to find ourselves past that. I think it's really important that we find ourselves in a place where dialogue can ensue, and dialogue allows us to take the journey together, and this resistance and this sort of like, which I have in my own life. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to sound like a total and complete hypocrite right now. I have absolute resistance in my life, and there's things that I can hear sometimes where I become that side that wants to shut down the side that's saying it, and it triggers me in all sorts of ways. And I know that because I have that personally, I know that the majority of the world has had these experiences as well, and it makes it very hard for us to move dialogue forward sometimes. And it's why we often end up in groups where, it's more one-sided. And that's why I definitely in the near future, and if anyone can help me out with this, I don't think I want to go quite as hardcore as Kevin Sabat there, Etienne, if this is what you're thinking. But I definitely like the idea of bringing some of the other side into the conversation and just looking,
Why not bring in? Why the fuck not?
Well, okay.
Ask him.
All right.
Fuck that coward. Ask him and Luke to come the fuck in and see if they got the cojones enough to fucking amp up.
We just
They won't. They won't. They're cowards.
Right. Well, yeah, it's
But
possible.
try. I will even ask them because I will see them in March at the C&D in Vienna. So I will
Mhm.
ask them in person if they will even speak. They're not going to speak to me. Who am I kidding? They
Right.
hate
Well,
me.
I like the idea of bringing it in anyway. I kind of went off on a veer and on a tangent there, but I just want to thank everyone for coming in this Sunday. That was a wonderful show. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll be back next week. I'm not exactly sure. Next week might be, I think 2 weeks from now, I'm planning a sports medicine episode with Stephen Philpott. We've been discussing it kind of in the background. Don't think I have a plan for next week. It may be more of an organic conversation. I am getting closer to scheduling the aromatic volatile compound show. I've been talking to Nick Ziegler and Marshall Ligor, who was on the solvent episode last week, the PhD, real brilliant guy, runs sensory panels and such whatnot, and Jeremy Plum as well. So we have a little email going on right now to start that show. So I guess what I'm saying is may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. I hope everyone has an absolutely spectacular day. Dr. David, I will speak to you. I bet you later today. Wade, thanks so much for coming and sharing. Please reach out anytime, all throughout the week. Don't feel Sunday at 9 a.m. is the only time we can chat. I always love getting your emails. I always love hearing from you. Call me anytime. That goes for everyone on the panel. And have a hashy day, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Thanks,
Peace out.
everybody.
Thank
Everybody.
you.
Peace out.